do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay, cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency, a message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me, respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe, I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate for taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
That's it, the end of the song. Next time you'll sing along. Trust me, there's nothing wrong, I just need to carry on. Cause society's a myth, put there to make you sit. Listen to what they give, don't ask questions, shut your lid. Yeah, don't ask questions, shut your lid. I need to run away from this and go get off the grid. Feel like my brain is overloaded, man, I'm losing it. Don't let them tell you what to do, man, they don't know shit.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see. Whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck, everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck. Can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it, I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me. But let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
Welcome to MyMindoverYourMatter. My name is Rick, and as you can see, the title of the show, Eclipse of Twilight 5. That's just an indication that dark illusions will be part of the show today. He's kinking out some of his technical difficulties on his side, and he will be starting a stream on his channel, which will be broadcasted on my channel, and I will be a part of his channel also. So it's a little technical, but we will get this word off. I hope everyone had a great day today, January 4th, 2023. It's 4:12 p.m. Mr. Illusions had notified me that he would be starting around the 15-minute mark. So we will chill here, relax, and talk for a bit. Hey, Jessica, how you doing? This song's fire. Yeah, it is, right? If you want to hear it again, I could play it again. So I can really do like the words to the song. All three songs that I play really has good meanings to it. And I like people to get their messages through music sometimes, and you hear the raw emotions and the song. And yeah, we do it one more time. I do it one more time for you. You know, that way it gives me a chance to roll up my joint, because I haven't rolled up my joint. I grinded it up, but haven't put it together yet. But I'm gonna roll up 2 joints right now. So with that said, enjoy the song for a moment.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn, no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck, everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep, don't give a fuck. Can't stop, unplug, feeling overwhelmed, I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy, gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it, I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough. Nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough. I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
I almost had the joint done. Damn it. I'm on the second joint rolling, and I'm almost done with it. I'm just putting it together right now. Yeah, if you guys smoke, you're more than welcome to join with me and have a little smoke-a-thon. It's going to be an interesting show when Dr. Lucians comes through. Let me check my phone, make sure he didn't send me his link yet. No, not yet. Let me send him a message. You late. Oh, good wise men tend to be late. I try to be on time. I really do. Especially last minute, because this is kind of like a last minute ordeal. So I like to have everything like pre-done, pre-set up. But Mr. Illusions, we kind of like came up with this 4 o'clock starting time, but pushed back to 4:15 and pushed back maybe a little bit more until he gets himself situated. In the future, it'll probably be a lot more different than this. Maybe we'll get it more coordinated better, and we'll have the timing set up so that way we're both on here at the same time live. But I'm still rolling up my joint. I'm at that paper stage, so it's only going to take me a few seconds to roll it up. Just got to line it up. Bring over the roller. This is the fastest way to roll up a joint. To be honest with you, this is my fastest way of rolling up. I mean, it's very consistent, persistent, like never fails me. Well, it has failed me before. I mean, that's when I have the tips that I roll up. It tends to fuck up the joint. Now I buy pre-rolled tips, so that way I don't have any screw-ups when I'm rolling it. And it's worth it. It is worth it. Because I smoke with raw tips and I smoke with organic raw paper. It's the only one I really like smoking. Because there's so many papers out there to smoke, because papers is just like, there's people that they smoke tobacco papers, or they'll smoke regular papers. For some reason, I don't know how this is organic, but it is. It's organic it's a organic raw paper, king size raw paper. Can't smoke the little papers. My papers have to be king sized. It's because I smoke. I do smoke. I smoke for my health. I smoke for my anxiety, my depression, my PTSD, like my chronic pain that I go through every day. I just took a medication, talking about perks on the song. I was like, I have to take it every day, 4 times a day, just to stop the pain. I live with pain every day, and it's a bitch because it doesn't go away. It does not go away. It is so persistent and very consistent and doesn't stop. Doesn't stop. I mean, I wish one day they could come up with something that can stop pain. Like you take one pill and you're done for the whole day. Like you have no pain. Oh, I'm waiting for that day. But until that day comes, I have to pop these pills like Tic Tacs and hope and pray that it works. And 9 out of 10 times it does work. But there's times that it feels like my body has adapted so much to it that it's like, nah, you just really much doing nothing for yourself, because not feeling the medicine, not feeling the relief of pain, especially when it rains. Like days like this today, it's just I've been off today, not feeling 100%. Let me turn on my camera so you guys can see me. so that way you guys could be entertained. There we go. Hey, turn on my camera. Yeah, I got the desk lit. I actually got some. I'm gonna be changing up the desk, so we're gonna do away with the color lights, and I have another sets of lights that I'm gonna be putting on. But I don't want to ruin the surprise, so that's gonna be after the Three Kings. I'll leave these lights on until the Three Kings is this Friday, January 6th. Like I spoke about it before. We celebrated the Three Kings one year. We did not celebrate Christmas. We waited until I think it was like January 5th at the time, or 7th. And we celebrated. We went to the Three Kings Day Parade, and then we got our gifts. We did get a gift for Christmas. I remember my mom gave us one of our gifts, but all the other gifts we didn't get it until the day of the Three Kings. And what's the difference between Three Kings and Christmas? Didn't the Three Kings go visit Jesus during Christmas on his birth? But yet the Three Kings have their own holiday like a week and a half later. Yeah, I guess they got tired of the baby Jesus and they're like, you know what? We need our own fucking holiday. You know, this kid is going to be a poster child. Might as well be a poster child ourselves too, and come up with a holiday just for us. And it's not really recognized as a holiday in other countries around, even here in the United States. They have it on their calendars. I assume they do. Some they don't. But it's not really recognized as a holiday, which sucks, because why not, celebrate the Three Kings? Nope. Some some cities and states do. I know down in Miami and Florida, they celebrate the Three Kings and they do have a parade for them, and it is a religious holiday. And but other than that, we only did it one time. We did. I always look forward to the Three Kings parade. I usually watch it on YouTube or watch it on Telemundo, Miami, and watch the parade because they do broadcast it live on television. But it's not really recognized, which is sad. But I wonder where Mr. Illusions is. He's running super late. I'm going to start smoking because I need my medicine. And let me get my torch here. Light up this candle. So that way I could light my medicine. And yeah, if you want to save fuel, light up a tea light candle if you're smoking. And every time your pre-roll is turns off, you can just light it with a candle instead of using up all your fuel from your lighter. So that's what I do. I specifically have a candle for my medicine to smoke. I wonder what the discussion is going to be today with Mr. Illusions. I really wonder. He's the one that told me to come, he wanted to come on at 4 o'clock. I was in bed. I was in bed. I had fallen asleep. I took a nap. I'd be napping. And I took a nap. I had a weird dream. A lot of messages in my dream, but it was a weird dream. I don't really remember it so much. I try to remember my dreams, but as dreams, they're kind of I don't know, they're like salt and water. it kind of like dissolves and goes away, but you still have that residue of salt in the water. And dreams, they're just like, it's kind of like Avatar, right? It's like when you go into, it's another body, it's another life in your dream, and you go through so much and you learn so much in your dreams, and people don't really pay attention to their dreams. They don't. I do, but sometimes if it's not that important, I don't remember it as much. And like, dreams are important. They're important. They give you messages. I have a dream book here that tells you a lot about dreams. But I tend to dream a lot. I am. And then sometimes when I'm dreaming and I'm in a really good dream that has a lot of information, a lot of detail, I tend to have to use the restroom. Don't you hate that? When you're having a really, really good dream and you're interrupted by having to go to the restroom, and then you're trying to hold on to that dream as you're walking to the restroom and using the restroom, and then you come back to bed. Very few times you're able to get back into that dream. 9 out of 10 times you tend to forget the dream. It happens to me a few times where I can get back into the same dream, which sometimes I believe is a miracle, because it's very rare that you can get back into the same dream and continue it after waking up. If you want to talk about your dreams, you're more than welcome to talk about your dreams. But it just really sucks. Like when you're having this amazing dream, and sometimes they're sexual dreams. Holy shit. Like, let's talk about this. Like the invasion of sexual dreams. Holy moly. Like you be having this fantasy dream and it's with someone, and someone that you're not with. It's always another person. And it's like you see all this pervertedness, sexy time, fluffy bumping. Holy moly. They're like going at it like cotton balls. And then you wake up, and then you have to wake up because you wake up, like you have to use the restroom, and then you have this like sexual residue energy inside, and you're like you get into this, I call it freaky dicky state of mind, where you wake up and you wake up aroused. Females too. Females wake up and they're like, ooh, holy shit, what was that about? It was like, ooh, and you're feeling good as you're waking up. You're like, sexy time. You know, it's like, no, sexy time. You go use the bathroom and get your ass back to sleep. Most people end up having sexy time with their partner if they have their partner there, because they wake up super horny from their dream. Their dreams make them horny. Yeah. And that happens a lot. That I know that happens to people a lot of times. And it's like a Daniel Steele type of book, like romance, and you're like there and you're like, whoa, what's happening? And then everything feels like you're there in real life. It just, wow. Oof. These sexual dreams, my goodness. They should come with a warning label. It's like, you are about to enter the sexy time. Like, what? There will be plenty of fluffy bumping. I'm like, wait a minute. What is this? I'm like, holy shit. I'm in an orgy. Like, what kind of fucking dream is this? I've never been in an orgy before, but if it's like this, holy crap. This is like freaking ancient times, like back when the pharaohs, back in the days, that they had parties and they had sexual parties and a lot of oil. I see a lot of oil, and I'm like, be careful with the flames. You're gonna light up. All that oil you have on you, shit. No one smokes anything around this person, please. And like in my dreams, I see males and females, but I've never really had sexy time with a female in my dream. It's always been males. Like I always seen the girls naked in my dreams and so forth, but they're more like decoration. They're more like decorations. He's usually a part of the dream, though. Yeah, sometimes your partner is part of the dream, and you have dreams of your partner or an ex partner of yours. I had a dream of an ex partner of mine, and that was like what could have been. You know what I mean? It's like you're like thinking, you're like, damn, what could have been if we did stay together? But you're in a different path line right now. You're in a different path. And I call it a path line because it's kind of like a string of energy that you're in right now, and your connection is with your partner of the moment, and you're heading down the street, you know? And that's how I feel. It's like with me and my partner, I feel like we're connected. We're tied to the hip. We have really good communications. We have great energy with each other. A lot of respect, and also pleasure and happiness and love. Um, Abundance of it. It makes me creeped out sometimes because it's too much love. Is there such thing as too much love? Yes, there is. Um, it's just because I grew a long period of time of being alone. I waited 10 years between my ex that I was with until the one I'm with now. I waited 10 years, and I it's documented here on YouTube. So I was okay by myself. I always thought maybe I would live um, alone, but I did have visions of meeting someone up north. I said it on my channel too, so it's documented that the individual had to been from the northeast, and has to be my race, which is Puerto Rican, and had to been born or raised up here in the Northeast because I want someone from the Northeast. And sure enough, the individual came to fruition. I was like, wait a minute. Northeast was born in Patterson, New Jersey. Jersey, what's up? Representing North Jersey, my partner. And when I found him, he was living in Massachusetts, in Springfield, Massachusetts, and we connected. And come to find out, he works in Connecticut, and I lived in Connecticut, and I didn't live far from his job. It's maybe like 20-minute drive, not bad. And we connected, and we've been connected ever since March. March 4th. Never forget it. March 4th. And it's something that I'll never forget. And it's pretty cool. And been together ever since. But let's continue lighting up here. And the thing is that it's cool when your partner and your partner have actually a connection, like you're connected, like you're on the same page. And what I mean by like on the same page, like you come up with plans together and you fulfill those plans. You say something that you want to do or need to be done, and then your partner agrees, and then we make it happen. Like that magic is so cool, and I like that connection. It's like, and I like to be spontaneous. I've always been spontaneous. Like you see me here right now, and then like I'll come up with something like, oh, I want tomorrow. I want to go to the movies, and I do that all the time. I'm very spontaneous. Actually, I am going to the movies tomorrow. I'm actually going to be reviewing Megan. So stay tuned for that review tomorrow. Megan, that crazy robot doll that kills. I'll let you know if it's worth watching. I have a feeling it's going to be a good movie. It's going to be a jump scare movie, and Megan, she's gonna impress me. She's gonna do some little dancing, robot dancing. I was like, this robot dancing, that's pretty cool. Chucky didn't dance. Chucky just killed. That's all. But this robot, it's an AI robot. Chucky was an AI robot, but he was not an AI robot. He was a toy. He had a chip in him. So does that really make him AI? Yeah, because he did talk. He didn't know his name, but it was supposedly programmed, but he wasn't programmed. He was fucking, oh man, we gotta have like movie time talk with other people so I don't break my neck thinking about all the craziness. Let me see if Sean, oh, he did send me the link now. Okay, he started his show. Better late than never, right? I just saw the message now, so let me fix this. Let me see if I could bring in Mr. Illusions. He should be broadcasting on his channel. I don't know what his channel is yet. I could bring it up here on my computer. So let me go into his show. Oh, he hasn't started his show yet. I'm entering the studio though. Actually, let me turn on the crystal ball so the lights could come on. Bam. So I don't want them to see my microphone. Let's put the camera on my laptop and then have it facing upwards so you can see the lights. So let me mute myself. Camera, enter his show. Hey, Mr. Illusion. Oh shit. Hey.
Yo.
What's up?
Yeah, man, as soon as I messaged you, like 5 other people messaged me, so it's like I thought it was gonna be smooth. And then like everybody wanted my attention at once, and then Jessica was asking me a million questions. So
yeah, I'm live on YouTube, and yeah, I think Jessica's here too. She's in the chat room.
okay, cool.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to start. So you want
I wanted to make sure everything was situated.
Is your store?
I still gotta figure out Odyssey.
Okay. Are you broadcasting?
I don't even know. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna do Odyssey on my phone.
No, you're not broadcasting. You have the show's up.
Yeah, it's the weird thing. And like all my shows, like you'll see my show. You'll see my show when it's live, but then when it's over, you can't see my show.
What?
It's weird.
Do you have it set up a certain way that like after the show it just like?
No, and I have it to save too. Like I don't understand it. I'll figure it out. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's right, Jessica. He did put his spirit into the doll. So like it's not like Megan, because Megan, I don't know what happened. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. I'm not gonna spoil it, but I'm gonna be watching the movie Megan tomorrow.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, the movie starts for me at 5 p.m. So by the time I get home and do the review, I'll probably start the show like at 8 p.m. and then talk
You're
about.
watching it tonight?
I'm actually watching it tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Shoot, I'd watch it. We
Yeah.
should watch it.
Well,
Like that'll actually be cool.
yeah, I'm going to the movies. Gonna,
Oh, you're going to the movie? Oh, I see.
yeah, it's a premiere. I'm actually going to. So
I
it
see.
starts at 5 p.m. and I'm seeing it before it comes out because it comes out on Friday. So kind of like, let me turn on my camera. It's definitely.
Oh, that's right. It's not out yet. I was thinking it was out. Okay. That's
Yeah,
right.
it comes out.
Yeah.
It comes out January 6th, Friday, January 6th. But I have a thing that I could go and see it a day ahead. That starts like a day ahead, and it's like at 5 o'clock. And
Okay.
I always go to it because it's cool. And then also, since it's my birthday month, I got a free popcorn and free soda, a free drink. I don't drink soda. I end up drinking the slushy. I get the wild cherry slushy. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting movie. I'll let you know if it's gonna be if it's worth it or not. I have a feeling it is going to be worth it. It's going to be a jump scare movie. It's going to be freaky. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I like spooky movies.
Yeah, man, the ones that the jump scares, it's like they just scare the shit out of you, like, and you're like, oh shit, like, bitch scared me. That's what I'm into.
Yeah.
Fix this for. Yeah, so let me know when you're gonna start your show. I'm broadcasting live on my show. So
Yep. No, I know.
I'm live.
Yeah. I just wanted to talk to you for a minute
Yeah.
beforehand.
Yep.
So I can breathe and just catch up with you.
Yeah, man, it's not hard. I've been doing this for so long, and I'm just so accustomed to it. Jumping on and just boom,
Yeah.
just going 1,000 miles per hour.
Oh, I can.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I did yesterday.
Yeah, it happens. It happens daily. That energy is a daily energy that once you get started.
Sometimes you gotta breathe, man. Sometimes you gotta breathe.
Yeah, I agree. Every time I smoke.
Going all these fucking spirits and shit, like.
Yeah, there are a lot too.
What? It's good though. It's really good. Like I clear my space and I feel really good afterwards.
Okay, that's what's up.
I mean, so far so good. I really haven't had too many negative experiences, honestly, in the years I've been doing it. So
Yeah,
it's been pretty positive.
Well, the good thing about like us broadcasting on 2 channels, since if it's not saving on your channel, it's definitely saving on mine's.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm broadcasting your voice at the same time I'm talking with you, and that's here recorded. So
yeah,
I broadcast everything, man. It's like what comes.
Send alarm.
These glasses is what's killing me.
Hey.
let's see here. But I wanna do LASIK surgery again on my eyes. I'm thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it because I need a refresher. And then in order for me to do that, I have to probably go to Florida because where I had my surgery at is Dr. Pernue Eye Institute down in West Palm Beach, Florida. He's operated on presidents' eyes and senators and a lot of the Illuminati people. So I was like, well, if he's doing it to these people.
Wait, hold on. I'm about to start my show. That's perfect. We'll get into a little bit of that.
Okay.
That's a perfect start for the show.
All right.
Hold on. I'm trying to get Odyssey. That's part of why I haven't started it. Is because I'm having an issue with the multi-stream, but I think I got it now.
All right.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
And I gotta get another drink. I want to make sure I have a full drink.
Yep, I got 2 bottles of water here.
I talk.
Yep.
And I talk some more. So I need to have a drink.
I always have 2 bottles. Oh, I always have 2 bottles of water because I talk a lot and I drink a lot. I probably won't drink both, but I do smoke a lot. Let me share my.
Yeah. I need to get some medicine. I'm just trying to figure out what I want to get.
I think when I go down to visit you guys, I might take you.
Just use your intuition. I don't fucking know what I want.
I'm gonna take you guys some.
She's at the smoke shop. I don't know what the fuck I even want. Like I want actual fucking actual medicine.
You want the flower?
Like, that's what I want. Yeah.
You don't want the pen. You don't want the pen. You want the flower.
I really don't.
I think the flower is I enjoy more the flower. I mean, because they do sell.
You can get the flower, but it's still not like actual flower.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I have some, but it's THCO. I mean, it's still good, but it's still not flower.
You see, what I need to do is I need to grow when I grow my own, and then once I'm done with my grow, and then take you some of my my medicine, and then that will you can be like, whoa, this is what's up.
That's it.
This is and this is gonna happen early summertime, so because we're trying to figure things out that we're gonna take a road trip around here.
Ayahuasca.
Yeah, I would love to do ayahuasca. It's
We're gonna do it. It's a guarantee.
Have to.
I saw it in a vision years ago.
I seen a lot in my visions.
I seen it years ago. You saw it too.
I seen a lot. And I did it with close friends, like because the energy, the like having cool friends that actually will look after you, also like during and having the energy, the connection together, it would be so freaking like magical and powerful. I'm looking forward to it. I am. I'm about to do more research on it. But yeah, what time you want to start your show? Did you get your drink? Go get your drink.
Yeah, Odyssey is just irritating me. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
It's sending me in circles. Like, what the hell? Well, I give you the information, and it says okay, and it says everything's cool, and then it asks me for the information again. And it's like, it just goes in a circle. It's like, I gave you the information. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, I haven't really started anything with Odyssey. I do have it because you put me on it,
I
but
like it. It's just frustrating sometimes.
yeah, I don't have it. Like, I don't have it as a broadcasting channel yet. I might try it one day. It's
It's probably
just,
a lot easier for you.
you think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's gonna be annoying. It's gonna, like Rumble did. Rumble, I liked Rumble. I really did. I really truly liked Rumble. But the fact that what I don't like overcomes everything that I like. Like the fact that you have the app, right? And on the app you're watching a show, but then you cannot chat. You cannot like talk
That's
on the app. And I'm like, majority of the people that watch the show watch it from their cell phones. They watch it through the app, and their chat didn't work. It was nothing to chat. And I know a lot of people that were watching me were watching me through their phones. So I had to Rumble, and I was paying for it. You know what I mean? And I wrote them plenty of emails and so forth, and they never fixed it. So why am I going to be a part of something that they don't, you know, that's something that you do on YouTube. You go on YouTube app and you click on a show and you can communicate live on the chat. How come they couldn't do that either? Like, how come Rumble couldn't do that? That's why it didn't make any sense to me. So I wasn't gonna waste my time. I was like, all right, I gave you a chance. I paid a couple of months to see, and it wasn't good for me. Maybe I'll go back.
The best service that I've found is Rockfin.
Cool.
But you gotta Rockfin, ROKFIN.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. But
And
it's
then,
a little harder to get into. But yeah, I think it.
and like for broadcasting, like StreamYard, I have like two options. I either StreamYard or Zoom, and
Yeah.
I find it a lot easier on StreamYard to broadcast, and it's cheaper. Because it's $25 a month, and compared to Zoom is like like $60, $80, $90, whatever. I don't know how much it is really. Don't really care because I don't use Zoom really like that. I only use Zoom for private meetings because you get 40 minutes of private time talk on Zoom. So that's why I use that. But StreamYard for broadcasting on YouTube and channels, I rather stay with StreamYard for now.
Yeah.
I paid a little extra because I could play music, I could change my banner, I could do different things on my channel. So it's I don't know, it's more, and I can bring people in. I can just send them the link.
All right, let's go.
All right, I'll stay quiet. You do your thing.
Nope, it's okay. I'm still just chilling. If it'll let me go back, I'll click it.
You probably drive me crazy.
Yes.
This one. I just gotta.
It's crazy. by Streamyard. Please upgrade. Okay, yeah, I know that.
You're broadcasting. I see you here. You're live.
There we go. Okay.
Welcome, everyone.
It wouldn't go live. All right, so we're good now.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm assuming we're live on.
Yes. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to another episode of Eclipse of Twilight. And this is episode 5. We're going to go after the Illuminati on this one.
Fuck the Illuminati. We are the Illuminati.
There we go.
No, we're not going after the Illuminati.
No, we're not going after them, but
We're not going after them.
I see the channel on here. I don't see you
Maybe it's
live. Okay, I do hear you on here. Okay, so for some reason, okay, you have your pictures up here, but that's just showing your designs on your channel, but they can hear us. Oh Lord. Ooh.
Oh, what the fuck?
Wow, that was creepy.
That was creepy. That wasn't even an echo.
What? They're listening. Yeah, they're listening.
Ooh.
The higher. Mhm. What? That's crazy. Wow.
It's the spirits.
Yeah, there's an echo. You might have to fix the echo. Let me see. Let me check on my side. I fixed it here, so that should be okay for now. Hopefully we don't get an echo like that. That was pretty wild. Let me see if I can bring up the channel here. Okay, so we are broadcasting live, as you can see. There's no video output. That's the voice is there. There's no video. Maybe I don't know why there's no video. This is something that we did yesterday. We tried it out yesterday. He just dropped off right now, so he'll be back, Mr. Dr. Legends. We did try this yesterday, and it worked fine. We didn't have a problem, really. But with Mr. Illusions, you never know. There's always something that wants to interfere and kind of like punk us, I call it. The spirit is trying to punk us. But as we wait for Mr. Illusions to come back, we'll just carry on the show, right? So back to the talk that we were talking about earlier. It's with the LASIK surgery. I've had LASIK surgery on my eyes, and the doctors, there he is. Hold on, let me put the volume up. All right, talk.
Yeah, is that
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what in the hell.
But we're not seeing no video on
That was a strange echo.
Yeah, it was. The way it sounded too. It was like,
that's what I mean. It wasn't normal.
Yeah.
That was like,
it was kind of dark. Like you heard it
someone
like,
was saying hello.
yeah, it got like really dark, like the echo. Like it was like a different, it was my version of my voice, but it started getting darker and darker and darker.
Well, see, to me, that's okay, though,
Mhm.
because I work with darker energies.
Hmm.
So, like, that could be them saying hello.
Yeah, like introducing themselves in the beginning of the show.
Because, they're not really, I mean, they definitely have dark sides. I mean, yeah. And they are darker energies in the sense of primordial and beyond morality and all that. They're not, like, dark.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't really affect me, it actually kind of makes me smile. Like things will like fall or fly across the room, and people usually freak out, and I kind of enjoy it. Like,
It reminds me. It reminds me of my. Yeah, it reminds me of one of.
Confirmation.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, it's one of my experiences that I've had with the spirit world, because when I was living, this was in Florida. This is in North Miami Beach, Florida. I had a nice apartment, very beautiful apartment, and there were 5 apartments. There were actually 6 apartments in total. There was 7 apartments in total, but there were 3 in the bottom and 4 on the top, and I was one of the 4, and I was in the corner of the building. My apartment was very heavy, like a lot of spirit activity. Especially the first day that I moved in, like I started hearing things, and I'm like, "What the fuck is I'm hearing?" So I go to the wall, I listen to the wall, and I hear bees. It sounds like bees in the wall, and I'm like, I called the owner. I was like, "Yo, I hear bees in the wall." He's like, he came over, he listened. He goes, "I don't hear anything." And then I put my ear again. I'm like, I hear it, and I'm not hearing it loud. I'm like, "Yo, can you check like up on the in the ceiling and stuff, and see, make sure there's no bees, because I don't want to live here with a whole bunch of bees." So he went up there, he checked, he looked, he's like, "There's nothing up here. Like it's no bees up here." I'm like, huh, okay. So I kept hearing that sound in that wall. And then I started getting more activity started happening. Like when I was in the kitchen one time, I had my friends over for drinks, and I was in the kitchen and I looked towards the bathroom, but between the bathroom and there's the dining area, I saw a ball of light that went from one side of the room to the other side, and it was a ball of light like the size of a tennis ball, like moved from one side to the other side. It was a bright light, and I'm like, "You guys didn't see that?" They're like, "See what?" I was like, I just saw a light that went from one side of the room to the other. And my friends in the other room were like, "No, we didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing." I was like, "Okay." So I was like, I don't know. I thought I was going a little crazy. So the next day, I'm doing dishes. I had the day off. So I'm doing dishes. I'm standing there doing dishes. And then I start feeling something on my leg. And I had basketball shorts on. And then I look down, and then I see the shorts, my shorts coming up, lifting up. And I'm like, "Whoa, hold on." I was like, "Listen, I'm not down with that. Like, Don't try to be pervert with me. Don't try to be slick with me. Like, I seen you. I know you're here. I know the energy's here. I'm no fool. I feel it. You attacked me before in this house, in this apartment. You gotta stop it. You gotta, like, I don't like this. And I told the owner, I was like, yo, I can't live in this apartment. This apartment is too active, too many things going on in here. And I'm being touched and not in a good way. And come to find out that the person that was living in the apartment below in the middle, he was really big into Santeria. And he was doing a lot of rituals in his apartment. And a lot of what he was doing was starting to migrate to other apartments. And they were coming to my apartment. And they knew I had this energy in me. So that's how they were fucking with me. Because there was a lot of things that happened. I even went to the hospital because I thought I was having a cardiac arrest because it attacked me. Like, I was not feeling good. And to come to find out, it was the fucking apartment that was trying to attack me. And I found out about the dude in the bottom, like, fucking doing all these rituals and not closing out his rituals, and there was a lot of negative ones that he was dealing with that was coming after me. Fuckers. How come your video is not? Let me see something. Yeah, you're not broadcasting. You was broadcasting, but you're not broadcasting.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're not broadcasting on YouTube.
What do you mean?
Yep. It stopped. Yeah. I'm checking it out right now. I'm looking at it. I can show my viewers here. They can see that it started from the beginning. Like, it's all in the beginning. It stopped. Let's see, 11 minutes and 36 seconds.
It says,
So it stopped broadcasting.
It doesn't make any sense. Okay. I guess I gotta restart then.
Yeah, you can restart it.
That doesn't make sense though. It says I'm live.
Yeah, but if you can see on my screen, because I'm broadcasting on my show.
No, it says there's one person.
No, it stopped streaming.
Yeah, it stopped streaming.
Like, you look at my show and you can see the name of the show. You can see it stopped streaming.
I don't know. It's live. Look. Yeah, just hold it up.
So let me know when you fix it on your side, and then I'll see if I could find the show here, because it's not streaming on YouTube. But
Yeah, we are.
yeah, well, then YouTube don't have you here. YouTube, let me see. Yeah, you're not on YouTube. You might be broadcasting on Odyssey, right?
No, Rick, I got it up on my phone. It's showing both of you live.
On YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube.
Then how come it's not showing me here? Hold on.
Hey, you might need a refresh.
Okay, here it is. Huh. Okay, now it's showing. Okay. Well, then what was the other one? Why did it do that? I have it recorded on my show so you guys can see it. That was just weird.
That is weird. It's because one of them was the spirit left.
You
That's
see?
what it is.
This is the one I have here. You see, if you see my show right now, you can see the name of the show. You see, you hear, like, I'll leave a like because that's only fair. You see, it has 4 views streamed 14 minutes ago. So it says streamed 14 minutes ago. That means it stopped 14 minutes ago. But then I come over here and then I go to your channel and then I see it's live there. I'm like, wait a minute. And then I click on and there you are. Huh. That's so freaking weird. Okay. It's the spirits. Yeah, they just wanted to say what's up.
11 minutes, yeah. 11 minutes. 11 is the number of the people off.
11:36. It stopped at 11:36. 36. 3666.
Yeah.
36 and 11.
So yeah, maybe paranormal shit. Paranormal activity, paranormal experiences. That's a good topic.
Yeah, I've had my experiences, man.
I know.
Oh, man. I could have my own.
And I'm sure other people could come on the show and talk about their experiences.
Yes.
One or two, and we could do readings, and I could summon some more demons. And
yes.
yeah, it'd be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah, that's something that we need to do. We talk about it, but we need to do it. Because I've had a lot of experiences. A lot.
Yeah.
Like, just me talking about my experiences, it's a hell of a fucking show. It's so... the one that comes to me a lot is the New York and the time that I had the Ouija board experience and all the spirit stuff that started happening. It was just really intense for me growing up.
We can talk about the Native American spirit and that came inside you.
Yeah. Now through the Ouija board.
Or the demon that came out of me when I was like fucking 9 years old.
But I felt like I had both, the Indian and I feel like it was good and bad that got into me because like he would take me off on these adventures. Like he literally took me around Miami. Like he knew around to get around. And he took my body to these locations. Oh, here's the train. Yeah.
The fucking train.
The truth train. So I went to places that I like as a little kid. I was about 10 years old, and I was skipping school and going all around Miami, and going to the Miami River, and going to a pool that was like right next to I-95 and Little Havana, Miami, like next to downtown Miami. There's like a community pool, a big pool. I could probably bring it up so I could show you guys. And he would bring me there, and I would have I went to that pool and I swam in that water and I dove off the highest diving board there for the first time, and I almost drowned because it took the air out of me when I dove into the water. And I came up and I was gasping for air, but then I was okay.
Yeah.
Never again did I ever dive off of a diving board that high. That was just crazy. Like the highest board, I jumped off of it. Like it was just nuts. He had me do some crazy shit. And that spirit, ever since the Ouija board debacle, I call it, I blame it on my cousin because she was the one that brought the Ouija board to my home, and my mom didn't know what it was. So She was like, I was sitting in the kitchen, I was quiet, so she was like, all right, this is perfect, because she was cooking dinner. So my cousin wanted to play, so she opened up a session with the Ouija board with me and started asking questions on the board. And that's when my aunt walked in, and then she took her hands off the board and she went to her mother to give her a hug and a kiss. And I left my arm on the board, and the session was still on, and something got into me. It's like I felt my arm get super cold, like from the tips of my finger all the way up my body. And that's when I said, I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling really cold in my arms and my body. And my aunt, she started freaking out because she knew what that board was. And she was like praying over me, and she sent my cousin to get holy water, and she was like trying to
my girlfriend just brought me holy medicine.
Oh, nice. You gotta roll it up. So my aunt started doing all these prayers, and then my cousin came back running to the to the church to get holy water. They gave her a bottle of it, and she came running back, and then my aunt started throwing holy water at me. The church was down the block. It was literally down the street from where I lived. So it was really quick that she brought the holy water, because she ran. And my aunt was praying over me, and I was like feeling weird inside. And then she put the holy water on me, and then I just started feeling okay. I was feeling fine. I told her, I'm okay. I'm feeling okay. I don't feel the coldness in my arm. I was like, fine. But the spirit was still in me. It was in me. My aunt went to the table, grabbed the board, ripped it in half, and told my cousin to throw it out. And my cousin went to the trash and threw it in the dumpster. But that session was never closed. And that energy was trapped inside of me. And I always felt like it was a Native American spirit, because the apartment we lived in was a brand new apartment building. And I always felt like the grounds, like there was something underneath, like an Indian burial ground. Especially in Miami, you would get a lot of that out there, like areas that have like natives buried under, the infrastructure. So yeah, and you know the story about that same apartment where I was sleeping, and like the guy that tried to like break into, well, not really break in, but I was sleeping, and something woke me up and told me to stay quiet, like don't move, stay quiet, like warning me, and was saying it, and I was hearing it so clear in my head. And I'm like, I was trying to move and I couldn't move. I felt something holding me down. And then all of a sudden, that's when the hand came into my bedroom through the window. Like someone was trying to rob inside the apartment. So trying to reach to see if there's a bureau next to the window, which is like one of the chests, where people put their shit on top and their clothes in. He was reaching in to try to like reach for something, but we didn't have shit up there. It was a kid's room. It was just me and my sister. So I was freaked out. My heart was racing. I couldn't scream. Every time I tried to scream, I felt like someone was holding like their hand over my mouth and just like keeping me calm and holding my chest down and just trying to calm me down. But my heart was racing. My heart was racing. And then I heard the voice again in my head, like it was telling me, he's coming back. Stay quiet. Don't move. Like, and it sounded so Native American. Like the voice, it's just I knew it was Native. And every time the dude would come back, I hear the squealing sound of brakes from the dump trucks picking up the trash. You know how they brake and they have that squeaky sound? Well, every time that squeaky sound happened, that guy came back with a hand trying to reach inside my apartment. And after the second time, like going towards the third time, I passed out of fear. My heart was racing too fast and I passed out. And I couldn't move, I couldn't talk, I couldn't say. I was paralyzed. I was like temporarily paralyzed. And the next thing I know, my dad's waking me up in the morning, telling me to get ready for school. And I'm just like, what the, like, what? I went to my parents' room and I told them, look, I saw something last night. I saw a hand reaching into the bedroom last night. And like, I told them about it. And my mom and my dad went into my room. And my dad told me to go brush your teeth. You gotta get ready for school. So I go to the bathroom. I brush my teeth. I rinse my mouth out, and I'm going to my bedroom, which is my parents' room, and my bedroom was like side by side. So I walk into the bedroom, and as soon as I walk in, the fucking hand pops out inside the room, and then my mom starts screaming to the top of her lungs. My dad comes running out of the room, almost ran me over. Went to grab his gun, and then he's bolting outside the apartment. The guy, whoever the hand, went running in fear because of my mom screaming. And yeah, my mom ended up calling the police, and I was in shock. The police came, they were talking to me and stuff, but then I was just quiet. I didn't really like talk, and they were like trying to calm me down and stuff, and I was just freaked out. I was more freaked out with all the police that were there. There were like more than like 15 police officers. And they were all up in my apartment. Like literally, there were like 10 officers in my apartment, and they were like a group of them that were like next to me. But it was just a crazy moment, right? And the thing that I take the most out of the whole story is the voices that I was hearing in my head and warning me and keeping me calm and trying to calm me down. That was really like, I knew there was something in me. It did a lot of bad, like not really bad things, because he was an explorer. That Native American, he was an explorer, so he made me go exploring, and I got in trouble because I was skipping school to go exploring, and I was in the 10th grade. Actually, no, not 10th grade. This is 10th grade, 5th grade. I was 10 years old. That's what I meant to say. I was 10 years old, and I was skipping school to go exploring in Miami. And the distance that I walked were miles and miles and miles away. Like it was the name of the school is called Citrus Grove Elementary. I will walk from Citrus Grove Elementary all the way to downtown Miami. I don't know how's the distance, how far is that distance? I could find out. But I never really like dove into like the amount of walking I did, and the spirit that was inside of me was like telling me everything and what to do. It was just wild. It's still wild to this day because I still have that energy and that voice in my head. Still have it. Yeah. You want to share a story?
So yeah.
Or you want to
So
question me?
you think that was something that was always in you, that was just unlocked by the circumstances, or do you think it was something outside, like ancestral, like, or do you think it was a spirit that was completely like completely outside of you?
I feel like there was something already inside of me, but it got awoken. It woke up when another entity tried to get in.
Oh, so you think there were two spirits?
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Consider this like an interview, since it's a show.
yes, I like this. This is awesome.
Because I mean, we've known each other forever, but
Yes.
just because it's I just thought about it. Like that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, because like when we did the Ouija board session, before that incident happened, I played with this Ouija board at least over 20, 30 times. Like easily over 30 times, and at my cousin's house, because my parents would take me to my aunt's house and leave me there. And so I could be with my cousins, and my aunt would look after me while my parents were doing whatever, you know. And every single time, my cousin we would go next door to the neighbor's house, and we would play the Ouija board there. And we did it a few times at my aunt's house. I remember a whole bunch of times at my aunt's house. My aunt never said anything. And I think my aunt was really she was into the dark, not the darkness like that, but she was into magic. I think she was into magic and so forth. So she let her daughters like play with the Ouija board and have the Ouija board and do all this stuff. And then like after all those times we played and everything, now that I'm putting my mind to it, and then having my cousin come over with the game and playing for the first time in my home, and having what happened to me at my home kind of like it kind of gave me like a steroid injection. Like it hyped me up. It hyped the energy. Like that cold feeling that I was feeling in my arm was coming into me, and something got into me. Definitely something got into me. My aunt, acted the way she did and put me down on the ground and started praying over me and doing this stuff to me, and then like sending my cousin to get holy water and bringing back the holy water and dousing me with holy water and praying over me. And then I had to like let her know it's like I'm okay. I'm fine now. Like, but in reality, whatever got into me and really like stirred up a lot of energy inside of me, and then caused me to kind of go like in a whirlwind of things that happened to me, especially like with New York, with the spirit that I saw in New York, and was able to see a lot of spirits throughout my lifetime. I mean, I have so many stories that I'll be here for hours, talking about it. But I feel like my aunt had some kind of role, because when she came in, that's when it happened. My cousin went to her and give her a hug and a kiss, and then I had my arm on the board, and something just got into me. And after that, I was like seeing things more. I had that experience with the bedroom thing. And then I had the New York with the spirit that was standing outside in the fire escape. There was a little white boy standing there holding a ball, wanting to play. And I see him. He has a glow to him. It was like a blue glow. And
that's trippy.
Yeah, he was telling me, "You want to play?" And I was like, "I gotta use the restroom. I used the bathroom because I had to. Something woke me up, and then I had to pee." So I went to the bathroom and like I saw the spirit. He asked me if I wanted to play, and that's when I said I have to use the bathroom. I go use the bathroom, and then I come back out, and the boy's not there. So I was like, fuck it, I'm going back to the room to go back to sleep. So when I go back to sleep, I wake up and I see I didn't wake my mom woke me up and she was like, you have to get ready, your breakfast is ready in the table in the kitchen, so let's get going. So I wake up and that's when I went to my mom and I told her, I gotta tell you something. She's like, what? I go, I saw a spirit. I saw a boy. She's like, what do you mean? I didn't say spirit. I said I saw a boy. I go, I saw a boy standing outside that fire escape last night, and he wanted me to play with him. And my mom's like, what? My aunt overheard what I said, and she came like rushing to the room. She's like, what do you say? I looked at my mom, and she was like, no, just repeat what you said. I go, something woke me up last night. I went to, I needed to use the restroom. So I went walking out and I saw a ghost, a boy standing outside holding a ball, and he was asking me to play. And then I told him I had to use the bathroom, and I went to pee. I came back out. He wasn't there. I went back to sleep. So my aunt, she was like, oh, okay, go eat your breakfast. I need to talk to your mom. So she rushed me to the kitchen, but I was going a little slow to the kitchen, and I overheard her saying to my mom, oh my God, I thought I was going crazy because I kept seeing this little boy too. And she would see the spirit, the little boy, and the little boy was bothering her all the time, popping up, and she was the only one that was seeing this little boy. So I was her confirmation that she wasn't going crazy, because she was going to go to a psychiatrist because she thought she was going crazy because she kept seeing this boy and nobody else would see it. And I was the only one that saw him and actually interacted with him. And it was like a confirmation from my aunt. We went out for the day. My mom says that she told me that I wasn't going to stay there that night because she didn't want me there. So she sent me to my other aunt's house, and I stayed there the night. And then we got a call around 3 a.m. that the apartment, my aunt's apartment where I was staying, caught on fire and it burned down. And then all my cousins and my sister were in the hospital because of the smoke, and the apartment burned down that night. Because I guess my mom and my aunt were talking a lot about the spirit, and I guess he got mad and burned down the apartment. That's what I felt.
Well, that's heavy.
Mm-hmm. And everyone came out okay, after a few days in the hospital. No one died, thank goodness, but the apartment was a total loss. And never knew, I don't know what my mom or my aunt talked about after. That's a question I can maybe ask my mom if she remembers. I only know my side, so it's very unique. And especially seeing the spirit and seeing the little boy, he was so clear, and he asked me to play. And
playing with a ball.
Yeah, little ball.
Like a heavy ball?
No, a ball, it was
Like a normal ball?
yeah, like a ball. Back in the days, they had these balls that they were a couple of bucks. They were just regular inflated ball, and asked me if I wanted to play. And I talked back to him. I was like, I need to use the restroom. And he used the bathroom. I gotta pee. And I went and I peed, and I came back out, and the boy wasn't there. And then that's when, in the morning, I told my mom, and my aunt overheard, and she came in the room, and she scared me because I was the way she was looking at me, And it's like I told her what I saw and what it said to me and everything, and then she had this like look of relief, like, oh my goodness, she said it. She's like, I thought I was going crazy because I was seeing this little boy too, and it was a spirit. It was a ghost, and she was doing a lot of reading of the Bible and holy water, and did all that cleansing stuff, and the spirit never left. He was always there. He stayed there, and she literally was going crazy. She was going crazy. She was like, she thought she was going crazy until I saw it and I mentioned it and gave her confirmation that she wasn't crazy, that she was seeing the spirit because I saw it. Yeah, man. It was just so surreal. Never forget it. I'll never forget it. Like, it was just wow.
I just wonder what the hell it was.
It was a little
Like
boy.
you said, it's unique.
Yeah, a little boy. A little boy. This was in the Bronx.
I mean, I guess it really could have been like a ghost.
Yeah, it was a ghost. This definitely was a
Like
ghost.
poltergeist.
Yeah, he had that shirt where it was like white, and then the arm sleeves were darker. Like it was kind of like dark on the arms, and then light white. And he was wearing shorts. Had like a bowl haircut. Like it was like a bowl. I call it the bowl haircut because it's like it looked like a bowl. And he was holding the ball, and he was going like this with the ball, and he was asking me if I wanted to play with him. And I could see the details in it. And it was a white with blue outlining, like it was just like a static looking energy. It was just, and it was so detailed. Like I knew it was a boy. It didn't look like, a floating ghost or a floating. No, it was a spirit. It was a little boy. Yeah, I got this little energy popping in my right ear. Like my right ear kind of went like dull. Weird energy on my right ear. Like it kind of like lost hearing on my right ear.
For real?
Yeah, it just happened quick. Now it's getting back. Yeah.
So I was communicating with you, it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. The spirits.
And it sounds like it really wants to talk to you.
They always do.
Maybe you should see what it wants.
It tells me all the time. it's
No, for real, because that's pretty like in your face.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder, like I said, you would do great in the occult.
Whoa, yeah. Yeah,
And
especially.
you tell me this, like I remember you telling me the different stories, but I don't remember that detail. And so, like, knowing that, and then now, being as deep as I am in what I am, with all of this,
Yep.
and knowing you as long as I have, like, dude,
Yeah.
definitely, like, I don't know, man. I mean, like, what do you think the Native Americans were doing? It's the same thing.
I feel like
It's legit the same thing.
when the spirit got into me, I know it was native, and I know there was a dark energy that came into me, and I know it was like an Indian energy that came into me, and I feel like where we lived, there was Indian burial ground. They didn't really check. They just built the apartment on the ground, and underneath there could have been a burial ground. They might not known, maybe it was just someone, maybe they buried there, a native that was buried there. But I always had that energy that those lands were spiritual, native circles, and you get a lot of that in Florida. There's a lot of past history with natives in South Florida, especially the Seminoles. There's a lot of Seminoles. So.
Well, that's why you have Seminole County, bro.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of Indians in Florida, man. A lot, especially in the Everglades, and like that was their land. And
me, yeah.
And I have a quick story. One time my mom took me as a baby. She took me to they went to the Everglades for like a tour type of thing, when you go and you see the natives and you see and you purchase stuff from them, like handmade items. One of the ladies there started screaming, saying that my mom stole me from their people. Like, we're saying that like I belong to them, that I didn't belong to my mother. And my mom like freaked out and like they left. But my mom told me that story. Like they thought that my mom stole me from the Seminole Indians, the place that they went. And maybe it's because of my energy, that I had that Seminole energy, whatever those, I probably got reincarnated, and they felt that energy and they thought that I belonged to them.
My experiences in the occult and with magic and working with spirits has convinced me that I had to have had knowledge before I came here, because there's no fucking way that I could go from believing that the tip top of the power was Sumerian and satanic, and that's what was controlling everything.
Mm-hmm.
So embracing it fully and using it to better myself and better my life, and have an understanding that is like just gets deeper and deeper,
Mm-hmm.
and a relationship with the spirits that is getting deeper and deeper, and just expanding and accelerating, and like helping me understand myself and release trauma and better my life, and like it's not possible for me to have been able to intuitively pick this stuff. No one taught me anything, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
I was never initiated. I never was taught to meditate. I was never taught to
Same here.
Or do tarot. Like no one taught me any of these things. And so the only way that I can see that that's possible, and the only way that I've been questioning God since I was fucking 8 years old, when someone told me, probably earlier than that, the first time someone told me about God and they said that it was loving, and they said that it beyond my understanding and unfathomable and all this shit, okay? And I said, look, if that's true, okay, God is love, and without God there is no love, okay? This like I have an understanding of what I believe is the Christ energy, which I do believe exists, but it's not Jesus or anyone. It's an energy that exists in everything if it's understood and unlocked. And Jesus came to an understanding of it. He became a Christ. But there have been many, just like there are, you have like Treya, it's really fucking simple. Humanity, throughout the last 100,000 years, has tripped the fuck out because every single religion on earth is inspired by psychedelics. There, I said it. Everyone can be mad all they want. It's fucking reality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, everybody was tripping the fuck out. Now, so that means they were tripping and they were hallucinating and it's not real. No, it means it's more real. Who the fuck you think put the plants there? Nature. We've been told all this shit about these drugs. Okay, but this shit's been here since the fucking beginning. What do you think the opening of the eyes is? Do you know what pharmakia is? The etymology? I can pull it up, but I really don't want to. It's sorcery. What did fucking Azazel and the Watchers and all them teach? Root cutting and all that. What do you think that is? Like, what is the tree? No, I don't advocate drugs. Right, because they're drugs. They're not fucking drugs. How is a mushroom a drug? Dude, it's from nature. What people do to it after, that's different. But in its natural state, it's not a drug. And these plant teachers have been used and communicated with, because plants aren't just plants.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is the thing. At least this is my gnosis. I don't expect anyone to believe it. I am an animist at heart. That will never change. It's how I started, that's how I'll end. And it's probably how I died. Okay, so everything is alive. There is no good and evil in the sense of good over here and evil over here. Everything has the potential to be either one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't believe any of this bullshit. It's all potentiality. It's all within us, in our choices, in our principles or lack thereof. It's not some imposed morality, which is really like anti-fucking. It's crazy. They use morality to destroy true principles. It's so backwards. Like philanthropy and shit. I was like, oh, they're so kind. No. Mass. This whole world is upside down, dude. Like, for real. And that's another reason why I believe that Jesus actually was real. And they killed him because what he understood was dangerous to those in power. And so they erased him. Well, we can't find him. Yeah, because that wasn't his real fucking name. You go to like different places around the world and they'll tell you stories about him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like the Vatican is saying, hey, this is what happened. They're saying it. And they're saying it from their local, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's direct. And so it's like, well, why the fuck? And then they say, oh, no, that's not true. That's blasphemy. Well, how is it blasphemy? They say it happened. They say he was in Tibet. They say so why are they saying it? Why in the Talmud does it say that he's burning in hell in excrement and he'll serve the Jews for the rest of his eternities? I have all the source text. I can back up every word I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to Jesus, Yeshu, whatever the fuck they want to call him. Okay? This shit is crazy. there are texts that have from like the 2nd and 3rd century where he's teaching magic. Literally. Now you could say that's a forgery or it's a blasphemous text or whatever. It's older than the canonical Gospels. How does that work? He's calling corners and lighting incense, and oh yeah, he's talking about the false god and its false paradise and its false garden. I thought he was all with that religion. Was he? Report that, and they're deceived because they don't see the Messiah. Oh, what a lie that is on so many levels. Deceived from what? They don't even believe in Satan. They don't believe in Satan. Except inside. There is no Satan. There is no Lucifer. There's nothing to be deceived of. So when Jesus is talking about your father is the devil, he's talking to the Sanhedrin. He's talking to the high court. The ones who wrote the law. The same law that's in effect today. Catch that?
Mm-hmm.
It still exists. And they want to make it a global thing. I can't talk about that. But yeah, the law.
Mm.
That's what it was. It was law or grace. Jesus says there's 2 commandments. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and love thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul and all thy mind. And he said all these things you can do and greater. Everything that he did. What does that mean? He says don't be like the hypocrites who stand out and praise my Father's name aloud to be seen. But go into your secret closet in the inner rooms, in the upper chambers. Like he was talking in parables. Parable literally means not literal. And everybody takes everything. No, because they want to control people, dude. Jesus was on another fucking level entirely. And people didn't understand it. And they knew no one understood it. And so they fucking twisted it all up. And if that really is true, and they're really, man, that Lilith is the harlot. Mary is the harlot. Why are there 3 fucking Marys?
Mm.
The 3 Marys is the triple goddess. Mary is the Mary Magdalene. Okay, you have what's called the womb mysteries. They go back tens of thousands of years. Mary Magdalene was a priestess, a high priestess, the highest disciple of Jesus. Oh, that's heresy. Look into it. And they didn't want to hear nothing about it. But then you go and you look. So let me show you the common fucking theme here. Okay, Jesus says that the Garden of Eden is a false paradise. Dude, these people are sick. This is another thing. There's no way that these people who claim to believe in Jesus and love Jesus and all that could do the shit that they do. It's not possible. Like, you can't do it. Like, they mock him. It's pretend. It's a mockery. Church is a mockery of divinity. denominations.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care which one you get. They're still getting paid fives, tens, 15s.
Mm-hmm.
15s.
Well, yeah, a lot of money.
15's the devil. 15's the devil. No, 5, 10s, 20s, 50s, 100s. They're still getting paid every denomination you want, and they got their deacons on you. What's in the deacon? Astrology. The story of Jesus is astrology. It's not real. It's very symbolic, and for those who wrote it, they understand what it means. And crazy people who study it, can kind of understand what people still don't fucking get it.
Mm-hmm.
There's orders see, I got into white magic before I got into black magic. Because magic is magic.
No.
It's the heart, the intent, and the will of the sorcerer. You're a psychopomp. Stander between the worlds. That's what a shaman is. And that's, as you can see, a shaman was an animist. That's what pagans were. That's what actual pagans were. It's kind of mind-blowing. People know about paganism, they don't know about animism. This is something that blew my mind. What we have in paganism is Christian paganism. That's actually what led me to the dark side. Is I realized that. They literally changed the narrative of paganism. That was what opened my eyes. I was like, what in the fuck? And it's about slaying the serpent. The serpent is the goddess. The serpent is the symbol of paganism par excellence. It has it from the beginning. That's why they call it Satan. They call it Lucifer. Those are titles. What's the name of the serpent? Well, so nice of you to ask. Her name, the great dragon, great beast. Is Sophia Lilithia. I'm kidding. I don't know. Lilith is controller of dreams.
I was talking about dreams earlier.
It's really interesting, man.
I was talking about earlier in the show on my side.
She can intercede within the dream plane.
Mm-hmm.
And she can, she's outside of time and, space. And it's called acausal. Yeah. This really is a dream. A living dream. And we can
I'm gonna get ready to burn some bay leaves and sage. my energy is telling me to.
But it's living. It's dynamic, and we can interact with the dreamer. We can, we can affect the dream. We can affect the outcome. There is no end. The screenplay is being shot. Can you elaborate that a little bit, Killing Joe? Because I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure. How you been, by the way? It's been a minute. What do you mean, Deja? Yeah, this entire system, society, is a lie. And when I say it's a lie, I mean it has no legitimacy at all. None. It's literally a spell. And this is what I believe that was all really I've done videos on this in the past. I did one called The Nightmare of Fabrication. You get into the etymology and the wordplay they use to fuck with people. Okay, when you go, I'm not even gonna get into it. You get into maritime law and Vatican law, and the way that everything is water and land, and everything is a ship. You have a relationship and a companionship and a partnership and a rocket ship and a spaceship, and ship is always female because she's the deliverer of the product. And etymology is a key to everything, man. Especially the more esoteric level of it. Words, terms, symbols, man. Tells you a lot. Because the logos, the living waters. Jesus said he was the living water. there's texts from like Sentient Gnosticism where it actually has him like laughing at the disciples and saying they were blind, like they didn't even like. Tower of Babel, yeah. Yeah, well, language is a fucking... It's just too much, man. Like, you start really looking at it, it's too much. Like, here, I'll give you an example. Hold on. True language is no language. It's knowing. Yeah. That's right. It's deeper than language. You have to. That's part of the lost word and all of that. The silence. That's the Harpocrates, and that's a whole rabbit hole. The Witch's Pyramid. Yeah, but it's all word magic, and it goes back to fucking
Yeah, I believe in magic.
area like Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's what this whole system is, and they have like the Washington Money, the what do you call it? Washington D.C. The whole of Washington D.C. You have an obelisk, an oval, and the star.
On the road.
Oh shit! No, I just started getting like pain when I'm trying to talk about this. Every time I try to talk about this subject, dude. No, I'm serious. Like, this never happens.
Because they don't want to talk about it. They send out that energy. You know, roll me another. No, the computer and the my phone like dropped out for a moment and came back. That's my signal for my show and my phone went out both at the same time.
Oh.
Yeah. The energy is high right now. Especially when we start talking about Illuminati stuff or, you know,
yeah,
it tends the energy gets high.
This isn't even Illuminati. This is like
even the Masons.
Like the framework of an occult system.
Yeah, like the Masons.
Has been put into place. It goes further than that. It goes way back.
The problem is when we talk about it, we start getting technical difficulties.
Yeah, well, because We're on YouTube.
Yeah.
We're, like I said, maybe we should start another one and do it on Odyssey.
No, that's all right. It's Streamyard that it does. It's
No,
doing.
for real.
Fuck YouTube. I'm speak my mind, man. My mind over your matter. That goes to YouTube too. You can't control us. That's what they're trying to do, is control us. And have
Well, you know,
us.
with the media, it's the meats. You know, the meats were right. Go down some crazy rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm. Some Alice in Wonderland shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Midian. And yes, they were like an empire of sorcerers, man. Basically. In Persia. They were fearsome. And that's what they named it after. Because they were fucking sorcerers. And they understood how to create golems and like it's just wild, man. Like the stuff that
It says here, finish packing my joint. Another joint that I rolled up.
words are not just elements of speech or writing. When words are spoken out loud, they transform into sound, frequency, vibration. Words also carry information which play an important role for communication in the first place. Without information, we have a hard time learning things and communicating to one another. Because words carry information, sound, frequency, and vibration, they play an important role in our lives. Furthermore, they can be used to harness the power of energy. As mankind, we do not that was the language. Silence. Due to certain tragic events in our past that caused the higher elements of our DNA to, in a sense, mutate and turn off, many words were introduced by the dark forces.
I'll be right back. You keep talking.
The source of the dark forces' malevolent behavior is a cosmic virus. The virus is not your common virus because it is very intelligent. The main goal of the cosmic virus is to infect all living beings with its psychopathic thoughts and death science ideology. Many people's minds are infected with the psychopathic thoughts of the cosmic virus, especially people who have strong psychopathic traits. Like any virus, the goal of the cosmic virus is to grant its host of energy until it dies, and therefore its mission is to cause death and destruction throughout the universe. The good news is that the virus can only affect us when we live in a state of ignorance, fear, hatred, and irresponsibility. As we learn to live peacefully with one another and heal our bodies and activate the higher elements of our DNA, our frequency will increase beyond the limit of the cosmic virus, making us immune to it. Today, many scientists like to refer to the higher elements of our DNA as junk DNA because they believe these elements have no function. There's nothing junk about the higher elements of our DNA because nature would never create something that has no role to play in the progression of the universe. Our junk DNA contains the higher and more powerful elements of our DNA. Because of this, it holds some of the keys to unlocking memories of our true history and activating our dormant spiritual powers. Now, having said all that, and I said that fast because I want to get to the point that working with these entities does exactly that. In my experience. And they work through fucking telepathy. They don't work through these I think they're plasmoids. They're telluric energy currents of plasma. And they're self-aware. They don't have embodiment. They don't have corporeality. They're not corporeal. They've been spoken about since fucking 70,000 years ago. You know? It goes way beyond religion. I think that a lot of them are way older than these religions. And even some of these gods and goddesses and demons and angels are older. And they've just been packaged and put into these traditions and say, oh yeah, you know. But I don't think that's it at all. And I started as an animist, and I will end as an animist. So I've never had any, you know, which is fucking ironic because yet I'm definitely anomalous, man. Sometimes I don't understand me. I don't understand myself.
That happens.
I have this thing with like belief, but with this idea that Jesus was real and he was warning people of this fucking insane world and this virus, this Archon virus. But yet I'm like totally animist and I don't buy any of the bullshit and any of the fucking so-called scriptures because I know they were written by people in code that they mean something entirely fucking different.
Yup.
And I know that there's no duality, that it's all fucking, you know, imaginary, and there's no hell or demons in the way that they say, or angels in the way that they say, and, you know, of course, Seven, of course essence perceived matter. Yeah.
Well, Seven's here?
Man.
Hey, Seven's.
Science.
What's up, Seven?
Scientism. The belief in science as God, essentially.
7 serpents. So.
So yeah, I think that these gods and goddesses and demons and angels and dwarves, whatever the fuck, I think that they are currents of energy that are living, luminous, you know, self-aware, but they're non-corporeal. They're trans-dimensional. They exist outside of causality. Like, and it's crazy because, like, it's actually not that far out. And I think that people have come into contact with them throughout time and they've interpreted different ways. And everybody's, you know, thought that they had the answer. Or even more likely, somebody tried to explain it and then somebody found a way how they could twist what that person was trying to say to fucking enlighten somebody. And they decided they wanted to use it to, you know, manipulate somebody instead.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think. I don't think that the people who wrote supposedly any of these scriptures, whatever it is, you know, originally wrote it. I think they came in and fucking destroyed it, and then called it theirs.
Mm-hmm. It's time to work with blood now. I gotta check my blood. So every time I say that, I'm playing with my blood, but I gotta check my blood levels. So.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, I feel like I have a story I gotta share to you before I get off here. I don't want to necessarily jump right into it, but you know how you said you had an experience with connecting with Lilith? I feel like maybe I had my own kind of similar experience, but with a different entity. Have you ever heard of Atum?
Atum, yeah, of course.
Well, I was interpreting it for the longest time as like this messianic, like Judaic, biblical kind of thing, and it was Adam to me for the longest time. But in reflection,
no,
it was Atum. It was a more subtle pronunciation of the name that is that kind of echoing in my psyche. It was like dawn of time. Like I was taking a lot of hallucinogenics. And I like watched The Matrix and like spun me like way out into this like weird psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like I got a glimpse of like the inception of creation through Atum. Dude.
That makes sense. That happens sometimes.
It was like a lone singular spirit in a void, man.
But I don't think that doesn't sound like psychosis then though, dude. If that's what you saw, that doesn't sound
but
like
it stretched over days, and there was so many, like, I thought everyone was Jesus. I thought it was just I was erratic.
Well, maybe you weren't grounded and ready for the experience, but you weren't psychotic.
No, I wasn't, like, harmful.
No, dude, you just weren't ready for the experience. The energy, what you were, But and that's what really, that's the true danger of magic. Especially with darker energies,
I feel like Atum, like if you're gonna connect with a god, Atum is an intense. Like I feel like maybe I just didn't realize the magnitude of connection I was trying to form.
Dude, Atum is one of the fucking OG creator.
Yeah.
Like he came from nothing.
And like
Enki, and there's a few guys that came from nothing.
He's the archetype of archetypes. So for you to relate to such a magnitude of conceptual thought, you yourself have to become, at least at a microbial level, relatable to it, so you can reflect upon the components contained therein accurately enough to receive the message. And so you first have to go through traumatic experiences because you have to go through the entire spectrum of...
It's a part of the teaching.
Yeah.
They teach you like that. It doesn't have to be traumatic, though. See, that's the thing. When you know...
I feel like it almost has to be, man. I feel like it might. It was traumatic for me, man. My life
was coming.
Bro, but
if you know what's
everything
coming,
is in shambles after this encounter. Everything.
Well, I've always fucked with my head, so maybe
I was just a more simple life, man. I was just building a family and shit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's been like 10 years for me, so I think when I was younger.
Right.
But I think I did have you. I feel like
the answer is as simple as...
really clear, though. Sony was really clear and beautiful.
The answer
is because I knew exactly what I was getting into, and I made sure I was in a good place. And, you don't do that shit unless you're in a really good...
I thought I was. But my relationship was fucked behind my... she was talking to somebody, but anyway. Which was all, probably preordained, fate-based shit meant to be type stuff. Because it seemed to have played into the whole narrative as if the four people entangled at that moment were some ancient love quartet of souls that constantly shifted between each other, man. It was traumatic and super enlightening. I got some amazing ideas, but the thing I want to to stress is like the question I always can't really dissolve or kind of come to a clear conclusion on is, I believe reincarnation is the case, but is it the same soul divided infinitely, afraid of returning back to its individual self, or is it the same batch of souls actually reincarnated through a system of like karma-like processes as defined by the Hindu faith or whatever?
I don't think anyone has a fucking clue.
Man.
All I know is that there is no beginning and there can never be an end.
There's like relative pauses though. The contrast has to like
It's by cause and effect.
something.
Time and space create the illusion of progress and things like this, but really it's already happened and we're just experiencing it.
What do you
It's like you have like a DVD or a CD, and you have like, you know, or like a record, you have like the
There would be no point in playing it out if it was a predictable one version outcome, I think. You think?
No, there's a million outcomes.
Yeah, and then I think the point of living it is to get some like we're waiting for reality to show us some never before played out version of reality, you know.
Well, there is no reality, first off. That's the first thing. Reality is a dream.
The word reality doesn't actually say that there's a physicality to it. It just means that everything keeps assessing and assorting itself.
What is reality? Let's actually, you know what? Let's
The reality. So the re
No,
means
I'm
to do
actually
again.
curious. I haven't looked at it for a long ass time.
I've studied the etymology of it, man.
That's exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, it's the reality, man. It's the everything all at once, all over again.
Because it's an idea that we know what's going on here. So that would imply that we know what's going on. So I know that I don't know what's going on. I have no fucking idea. So if someone knows, please let me know. Quality of being real, objective reality. Okay.
What do you
Relatium.
that I'm claiming to know that I don't?
Relatium. Real existence. That is real. Aggregate of all that is real. Actually existing, having physical existence, not imaginary, relating to things.
Like, look at the word respect, Doc. So like the word respect is to look.
Sanskrit. Okay, wait. Ra'im. Raya. Well, wait, what? Hold on. The meaning genuine is reported from 50/50. Genuine. Unaffected. No nonsense. Okay. Will certainly exist as opposed to that which is imaginary or feigned as real cause for alarm, real occurrence, or real person, not a ghost or a shadow. Actual applies to that which is brought to pass or opposed to what is possible, probable, conceivable, approximate, estimating death. Okay, so here's the thing. The reality is there's no end or restrictions to what's possible. So if there's no actual limits to anything, and there's no actual time or space, then what is reality?
It's like a
See, it's not that there's predestination, it's just that everything is so massive
It's like a thought that's been
that
created.
ultimately it's impossible because it's God.
You can't
in that
decide
sense.
what's obviously happening to you. It's not.
It's the unmanifest. God is the unmanifest. If you could go there.
No, you can't. That's severe limitation to what God is. God is absolutely everything. If you categorize the value of the word God properly, in my opinion, it's absolutely everything.
No, but everything that is
manifested.
No. I'm not defining God. I'm being almost like facetious because there is no God except for the. I'll put it this way: we are it. We are it.
That there's
It
no
is
conscious.
We are it becoming aware of itself,
Like a God, perhaps, but I would say there should still be an archetypal concept such as God in consideration, because at the end of time, in my opinion, when everything kind of coalesces or however things go,
there's a goddess. No, there's a goddess.
I would think that all of consciousnesses revert back into one, which God took from himself to make, the whole of reality according to the Bible. I kind of take from that a little bit. I have a very biblical core to my belief structure, man.
No. That's okay. I like theistic Satanism. I like paganism. I like, Jesus. I'm pretty adaptable.
Well, these are just lenses to look at the same picture.
Exactly. Exactly. And they all have things in them that are interesting.
Right. Yeah.
And
they seem to crystallize concepts better here.
When you can see them as lenses.
Yeah.
But if you can't see them as lenses, well, But
that's what I believe. I believe Christianity's got a mostly good lens, but I believe
Christianity is fucking evil.
Yeah.
Like Christianity is literally Antichrist.
Yes, dude. I always said Jesus was his own antithesis, man.
Like,
when you become a light source, though, you cast a shadow. You need to realize that. For those who are not completely resonant, reflective to the message, then they become objects that are dimmer than you by comparison. And shadows are all they really fucking see, except for like that distant shimmering glow they can't really connect with. They'll never see it straight. They're never thinking in the right terms of value. Have you ever studied cymatics?
Yeah.
If love is the ever-increasing high-end potential frequency and fear is the opposite, decline, like every thought.
The negation.
Yeah.
It's the absence.
Yeah. So like,
that's what's interesting. So it's not something, it's a type of nothing.
Like a vortex.
It's a deficiency.
You think of like black holes being the thing that consolidates reality, and then like a singularity, and then re-explode again. The reason why I ask is because there's like a small number of black holes which are actually extremely enormous, and
we might be a fucking black hole.
Well, the core of us is basically swallowed up by it. It's like it's one of the most driving tentacles of the animus of our spirits is the eye of the center of our galaxy.
But then ultimately there is nothing. And this is what I mean. That's what I meant when I said God. Like there's a.
Why do you say that? That's so invalidating of something that's obviously.
Because when I'm saying God in that sense, I'm talking about like the sense that we are. How do I put this? Okay. The absolute. Okay, when I say the absolute, the God is reality, everything. Okay, because that's what I see God as. Everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's looking into a mirror right now because it wants to know something.
I would say something according to what I saw.
We're a reflection of it. That's the image. It's not the image you're thinking. It's a reflection. You know, there's older Judaic teachings that actually are interesting. You'd be surprised.
Let me explain what I saw.
And they actually, like, you know,
so
worship the goddess too.
A spark of awareness in a void somehow metastasized and realized itself, and then at some point built up a psychology like what a human has, and a greater, and then split itself like what. Have you ever studied how like cell division occurs when babies are born? So like.
Wow.
Yeah, so like I saw this happening with conscious awareness, and at some point, it basically
Sorry,
became
I started something with you.
it became like a group consciousness, which then conceptualized reality, and then basically it had to take from itself and actually use energy to do what we basically will end up doing to create anti-gravity and so much more. We have to counter-rotate oppositely charged electromagnetic fields into each other, and I think that's basically at a very high frequency level what consciousness did at what we call the Big Bang moment to create the whole reality that we're seeing, and that's kind of what this was.
The perception of reality.
Yes, yeah, but it's all just consciousness in a void of nothingness that created bifractal reflective points of itself, accumulated massive knowledge, and then figured out basically like a very high energy kind of experiment to create with its own components, and then created basically a hologram. Because all this is light and sound, which is the alternation of two fundamental forces of nature, which is positively and negatively charged halves, in my opinion. Or ours, because I think this is all of us, and every bit of
It's just possibility. Like there is nothing but God in that sense.
Right, exactly, and then we are all.
So
that's why, like, we suffer, and we have all these like because it's not like there is this all-knowing Lord Creator lording over beings. It's ourselves making a sacrifice for a journey that we wanted to go on. Basically,
whatever this unmanifested thing is tripping, and Sophia is tripping too, and we're all just fucking tripping, dude. That's what I think. I thought that when I was 15 years old. I think it, I still think it now. Like we're just all tripping, dude. That's really that simple.
I think you do that to calm yourself down, man. I don't think it's a good way to approach the subject matter. Like when you get, it's good to like sober yourself up and go like some hyper speculative lens. Yeah. Like
it's that out there that to me it's the same. Because this is shit that I used to like.
Oh, you think we're actually on a trip now? Like we're there?
No, I think, dude, if we're in a fucking living dream, we're tripping, bro. We're in the fuck. It's whimsical.
It's everything. It's not just
whimsical. It's something that was supposed to be fun and beautiful and have freedom and love and beauty and wisdom and sharing, and it turned into a fucking nightmare because there's a parasitic fucking force that has infiltrated the human mind, and it's not its fault. It's our fault for fucking, being influenced by it. But
I feel like for sure there are forces that are like antithetical to life, but I think that is just the nature of
it. Yeah, they are.
You can't have such an enriched perspective of reality without having the full range of contrast being not just made available to you through some lens of a hyper-reflective, unrelated association, but for you to actually experience and know intimately what it feels like. Because if you don't know, then you cannot have the sensation of any other kind of experiential perspective or awareness, right? Like it's just a virtue of the limitation of this one-dimensional experience we call life. And so there's also the limitation of our awareness of the greater picture, and we suffer tremendously more because of that than because of just us needing to go through some bad times to even know what a good time feels like. Like you can't get high all the time.
We were
Can't get drunk all the
Orion.
time. The body and what is the human vessel shows us that we are essentially that black hole in the center of the galaxy, because everything that we take on, everything that we imbibe, we constantly have to saturate it with more and more to get the same psychostimulative effects, to get the same kind of, because we are literally a nothing but relativistic experience unto itself. We have no actual true reference point, but absolute nothing. And it's like some game of like economic stimulus that the Fed plays with its bullshit. And we just keep hyper solvently trying to keep the game alive, despite there not really being the good energy and shit going on to actually make it worthwhile doing so for people. And it feels like we're a hamster on a fucking wheel because of that, man. And we're not, and us ourselves might actually be particularly constrained within a realm of frequency as our soul selves that keeps us incorporating on these planets. But you got to realize, like, things are relatively not that bad compared to what they were just a couple hundred years ago. If we were even, were we those souls or were they other souls? Like, who even knows? Hard to speculate or even give a shit about, because if you don't remember, it doesn't really make a difference. Where we are now is not too bad. It's fucking weird. Got some fucking crazy fucking shit to sort out. But like all the way up to like utopian society looks like it's on the potential horizons to me from where I sit now. Do you not see that too?
Oh, dude, I think that things are coming to a point where they have to change. There is no other option. And so there's going to be a lot of light and a lot of dark. And the amount of light and dark will depend on us. But I do see that there are people that are starting to see through the lines. And it does seem like there's, like everyone's always talking about these awakenings. This to me has been the real awakening. Like I actually am seeing it, and and then I have other gnosis from Lilith. So yeah, I'm not too worried about much. I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. Like these experiences that I've had are undeniable, and like I've actually restructured my reality, and I've connected with people, in very synchronistic and like guided ways. And usually, they're in some way, curious about Lilith, or Lilith, appear to them, like it's like I beat her a while, but it's real, is my point. And to me, what else do I say? And so it's like, okay, so what? So I'm actually like healing traumas and changing my life for the better. And this dark goddess is helping me do it. And she actually like Sophia.
I'm here live with Dr. Illusions on his channel. We're broadcasting on 2 channels.
Oh, like she doesn't remember?
I am muted over there. So just to give a quick heads up, we are broadcasting both channels on MyMindoverYourMatter and also over at Dr. Lucian's channel. I did put the link out to his channel on the chat, so I appreciate it if you go over there and give him a like and subscribe. Really appreciate it. Back to the show.
The orthodontic parasite has been deployed. You know, I really need to get into ritualistic histories of the original Gnostics.
I actually studied a bit of that.
Fallen wisdom goddess.
Yeah.
Who is the true Lucifer.
They have a really good word for what they call the dawn of time, man.
She is the true Lucifer. She fell from the pleroma because she chose to design.
Pleroma, yes.
She chose to design us of her own free will against the wishes of the all. And so because of that, because she chose to do that, and she chose to do about her consort, she fell from the pleroma.
Well, according to the myth,
she didn't fall because she did something wrong or she was cast out. She fell because she was so enmeshed and entranced and bedazzled by her own creation, us, and her imaginative faculties as a stellar aeon of the galactic core, the pleroma. Okay? They, as aeons, work in pairs called syzygies. And
so are you saying Lilith is actually a physical body and she's communicating telekinetically?
Sophia is the stellar goddess that became the earth that we now walk upon.
Yeah.
I believe that Lilith is the carnal side of Sophia. See, I'm an animist. I keep saying this.
Yeah.
So I don't play into, that's why I can look into Christianity and Satanism and all this other shit and just feel, and because I know.
I hope you guys are really liking this show. Please let me know in the chat. Also, please leave a like and please subscribe. I appreciate it.
And I know that,
I am live with Dr. Illusions on his channel. He's speaking majority, giving my voice a break. I muted myself from over there so they cannot hear what I'm saying, but you guys can hear me on my channel.
I've never had with entities I've never heard of.
Very interesting talk we're having.
No one can
Enjoy.
have an experience. You can't know unless you have the experience. There's no other way. And this is I've had experiences before. I worked with Shiva and Kali and all of that, but Lilith, man, like the way she captured my attention and showed me her story and communicated with me. And like the biggest thing is the familiarity to it. I thought I was losing my shit. Then I started talking to other people that worked with her for like decades. So yeah, I didn't just like decide to put her there, like, because I thought it would be cool. Like, I'm serious. Like, this is real as fuck. And if anyone has known me for any length of time, y'all know I'm skeptical. She's real. And that's another reason why I think she's smart. Because I've communicated with Sophia. They're
What was that like?
Now, whether she's something inside all of us, which I'm sure she is, or she's something out there, I say, a plasmic telluric current, living luminous energy from the galactic core. The original telepathic message of the mysteries was that, basically panspermia, ironically. We're from here, but actually our genetic template was seated in Orion. M42, to be exact.
So where do you think we go?
So where are the aliens?
Yeah, I know. But where do you think we actually achieve the biblical revelation version of like future history, man? Or what? What do you think it looks like? That's the almost same story as the Gnostic story, man. Sophia basically activates her created species, and they thwart the bug-like species. I forget what they call them.
The 99% of what they talk about the Gnostics is almost the opposite of what they actually believed. At least the pagan Gnostics that existed, but even the Christian ones, like they gave more of the belief of the Talmud.
That's what happens when you get people in mass to take on things like a spiritual faith. I think a lot of people go to church every Sunday just because they go along to get along.
Well, a church is a circle. That's what it means. You go into a circle, and you go with Mother Circe. Mother Circe used to hypnotize people and bring them into her little circle. She'd play music to hypnotize them, lure them in, and then she'd eat them. She'd turn them into animals so they couldn't think, and then devour them. Mother Circe, Mother Church.
Hence the confessionals, bro.
Dude, what do you think law is? You stand before the judge. What do you think that is? It's confession. I keep telling everybody it's the same shit. When anybody finally understands that I'm not joking about that, then everyone will understand why I say this is a fucking dream. Because it's insane. They are literally the same thing. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. That's what the fuck it is, dude. And this is why I say Jesus was on something, because law is what he was talking about. He says, you have your law, and your law is a curse upon man. He says, you claim to know God, but you have your laws, doctrines of demons. But he meant it in a different way. But he called their God the devil. Who was their God? Well, he said, no one has seen his Father. No one. He goes in inapproachable light. No eye can see it. Nor ear could hear its voice. So then, who was Moses talking to? Where is Judaism BC? It's an AD religion because after the Second Temple, the old teachings were gone. So Christianity is actually older than what they call Judaism today. So why is it that... That's one of my theories about it. In the Talmud. They talk about Jesus in the Talmud.
My theory is that it actually, whoever Jesus was, may have actually spawned from like a different planet. If there was such a... Or that it's even like a recurrence that always happens once you reach a certain arrangement of conscious people.
He's just someone who understood the game. He was like fucking Neo, but there were many like him. It's just we don't know, and we can all. That's the point. That's the main point, and that's what I think they wanted to hide, because I think that he actually left this place. Like we talk about the transubstantiation, I think it's the one thing that man told the truth about.
You think he just got picked up by ETs because he...
You know the Shroud of Turin?
What?
No. The Shroud of Turin?
No.
Oh. Okay. I don't want to get into all that.
No, man, I'm open-minded if you're concerned or something with it.
No, there's just a lot.
So you think he just teleported himself after achieving a certain level of awareness?
I think he fucking turned into light and left the physical fucking material restrictions of his fucking... Dude, he married the shadow on the cross.
What do you mean by that?
He died completely to his fucking existence as a personality. I mean, okay, look. I think that I really don't know.
First, we don't know, brother. I'm not going to hold you to the accountability of knowing what you think.
Yeah, I can't speak on that because I don't know.
Okay, well, if you don't feel comfortable, that's another thing.
I know what it was.
But sometimes you got to supplicate an idea just to get a certain concept across, because it's the concept within the... Even if the idea itself might be just askew and damaging for it, but there could be something contained therein worth understanding.
Dude, there's nothing holy in religion. Not one thing. Like nothing. Zero. What? Really think about it.
What do you mean when you say holy now?
Uplifting.
Right.
Bringing people together and understanding their fucking potential and their divinity and their fucking connection to each other on a deeper level. It says turn your cheek, because if you're fucking stupid enough to dude, if you harm somebody, you're already harming yourself.
Yeah.
So you might as well turn the other cheek and get hit again, dipshit. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Jesus, dude.
I know, it makes a lot of sense to me. I'm not laughing at that.
No, I am. Because it all I know is that he said that he would give those who overcame his ordeals the morning star. Did you know that?
No. What is the morning star?
Yeah, morning star. What is morning star again?
What do you think it is?
It says he comes for his bride too at the end. Who is his bride? They say it's the church. Well, he said his church is not made with the hands of man, so
Maybe it's Lilith. No. Some girl who actually becomes the corporeal embodiment of that.
Nah, it's allegory. It's not literal. None of this shit's allegory. I don't know.
There is
what I do
coming
think.
up towards man.
Well, I think that maybe it talks about a second Pentecost, where there'll be tongues of fire in the last days, as there was before, and people prophesying and speaking in tongues again, in tune with that spirit again. And and it said it would be like an underground thing. It would be a time where the Holy Spirit would be poured out. Don't ask me how the fuck I know this shit, because I don't even know the last time I read the Bible. And this is another thing that's really fucking trippy, especially when you're working with fucking dark goddesses and shit. Like, I don't know where the fuck this shit is coming from. But anyways.
I feel the same, dude. I'm like, I haven't read as much as I feel like I know.
Dude, like, I channel this shit, like,
I listen to a lot, though, so I think that's part of it. Like, and then you start putting your own ideas together, and they just make so much sense they can't not be true. Because
it's like a doorway to truth, you know? Like, I don't know what the fuck truth is, but I'm looking for it. But
it's like deductive reasoning. Like, if 1 + 1 = 2, what does 2 + 1 equal? You know? Once you get to that stage of deduction, it becomes very evident.
Well, Revelation is about the chakras, dude. The 7 churches and the 7 lamps and all that. It's the apocalypse. It's a personal apocalypse. Revelation is actually a Gnostic text that the church took. And you can actually look that up. It was written by Cerentius. I'll type it in the chat.
I'm not Mr. Gonna try and fact check you, man. It's really not worth doing. I appreciate it.
No, I'm not. Oh, no. I just in case anybody was interested. All this shit fascinates me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, man?
One of them. Doc, can you hear me? It's one.
Yep. What's up, man?
Yeah, it's been a while. I was in your live stream yesterday. You touched on some interesting topics just regarding, I think, when you was talking about, I think, Satan is a woman, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting you say that because, I think, honestly, I tried to do some research on like some Rudolf Steiner work.
Rudolf Steiner is brilliant.
Yeah, his work is, I've never seen work like that. I mean, it's incredible. But from what I'm gathering, it seems to me that these psychotic states are used to perform some sort of alchemy, because I'm starting to realize that these quote-unquote psychoses or lucid states of mind are a pathway to some sort of alchemical, some sort of transmutation. That's what I've realized. I'm not saying that one can't do it in a normal state, but I think the psychotic sort of out of body states are where the initiate has to kind of navigate through the kind of the higher worlds, as Rudolf Steiner would describe it, and just to your point when you were talking about Satan being a woman, because I'm only sharing this with you. I was quite shocked that you said that, right? Because in the Gnostic text, it talks about the Baphomet, and it talks about how it kind of like, there's something called Prometheus Lucifer, where it's like Satan is another agent of God, because the whole okay, so let me give you my breakdown. This is my breakdown.
Undoubtedly, bro.
So my breakdown of it is Lucifer is the light bringer, right? So he's basically essentially the one that makes the initiate believe that it's like Lucifer is a double agent. That's how I describe it. He's a double agent, and he plays the bad guy. The reason why he plays the bad guy is because his love for the Elohim or God, I mean, however you want to describe it, is so for the next level. So basically, that's how I would describe it, because it's some pretty deep stuff. But I don't know, what are your thoughts, though? What are your thoughts? Because I want to
before you go off, Doc, I always related Lucifer or the Satan as the white part of the yin yang, the radiant light with the eye of darkness to symbolize that it's even maybe like operating not entirely of its own behest, and then like the Jesus archetype was signified by the shadow with the eye of light, because
what do you call Jesus and Lucifer were two sides of the same coin.
That's what I was
Talking about the yin and the yang, and I have it right behind me.
Certain cycles.
I have the yin and yang right behind me.
I envisioned Jesus turning into this mob boss like murderer, dude, and killing people in the name of unconditional love, dude. It was like weird.
No. See, these spirits aren't really evil. That's
possible.
That's not important. What's evil is the heart of man. But what man can know it, right?
What do you mean?
That's the heart is deceitful above all things, for what man can know it. That's in the Bible. Yeah, so it's not these spirits. When Job is fucking being tempted by Satan, okay, God is right there. They're working together.
I mean, according just to
so,
go on.
So in Judaism, Satan never fell. He's an inner enemy.
Yeah, I believe that.
Satan is an inner enemy, and he's like a lawyer. If you watch, he's the accuser. You have to deal with the law.
How far off the mark of
this is what I'm saying, dude. The law. Like Satan is the accuser. Jesus says the law is a curse upon man. Your God is the devil. So who the fuck is the devil really? This is what I'm trying to say, man. Like, and then you look, who are the scribes and Pharisees? Who writes the scripts in Hollywood? Magi, the fucking druids, right? Had the Hollywood. To make the magic wands and the Medes with their fucking sorcery, right? You go to court, you play ball on the court, and you go and you sit before the judge, and you tell him your sins. You confess to your sins, and it's fucking maritime admiralty law, Vatican law, and the Vatican owns all the souls on the fucking earth. Unum sanctum.
I've heard of that.
Dude, there's all fucking. There are people who say that they own the fucking planet. The foreign dignitaries from everywhere bow to the Pope and kiss his ring. The Holy Father, the Godfather. Damn right. Better.
So
God crowns kings. So if God doesn't say that you can be a king, then you're not gonna be a king. Forget about it. Don't even try.
To say their God.
I'm gonna break it down real simple. Okay? Like street level.
Where's that leaking, man?
Because that's the best way to do it, actually. These people are criminals. Really evil criminals. They hide behind religion and politics and whatever the fuck. They're sociopaths. They're psychopaths.
Yeah.
They're pawns. They're there to be out in the front to make you think that they're in control. They're just pawns who had lust for power. That's what they are. The real power is the one who created the system that I'm telling you about. The ones who created this fucking word magic.
And where's
let's pretend game that gives them control over your soul by your words. They call you, they go, all capital letters. Now you're capital gains and capital punishment. And you're now a corporation. A corpse is a dead thing. It needs something to animate it. Well, that's fine. You're a human resource. That's why when you get in trouble, when you strike somebody, it's called a battery, and you're put in a cell.
Does this suggest that you would prefer like no such system as law, even if it was interpreted in some like immature or stupid way? Because I feel like some of this stuff is legal speech that is, I don't know, because I've studied all this similarly, not maybe as extensively as you, but it just seems to me perhaps when you're trying to take what is reality and put it into words that correlate directly to reality.
There is a point. These are ideas that people believe in. We create this fucking place, and what we believe in, and what we put power in, and that's why you have faith-based currency.
Bullshit, and that's
our money is called faith-based currency. Currency is energy. Yeah. It's faith-based currency. In God we trust. It's a talisman, and people believe in it, and they hold it, and they wish for it, and they rob for it, so now this idea called money has power, but it doesn't have reality. It's a made-up concept. So all these things that we call reality are concepts. There is no reality. That's what I'm saying. That is the game.
We're like clearly experiencing
ideas. Huh?
We're clearly experiencing it. Like
people are trapped by ideas, though.
So it's only the exchange of ideas that traps you.
Ideas have been given authority that they don't have. And people are trapped in a system that has no real authority. That's the truth. The so-called powerful ones, they have no real authority. It's imaginary. We have no rights, we only have privileges. But we have the rights that we were born with.
It hasn't been given by anyone alive today. Like, no one alive today embodied or digested the body of, like, constitutional law that governs the states and then said, yes, I agree to this. So there's this, and this is what businesses, and I think the government are probably ratifying their fucking activity with, but implied consent. There's a level of, I participate in this. This has been the established goings-ons, and so implied consent. You're right about that. I actually personally have come up with in my own journey idea of like coming up with a way to totally unentangle people from the system and like use their legal instruments.
There is no system.
There is though, man. There's buildings.
Yeah, because people have allowed there to be.
There's systems of filing cabinets, man. But it doesn't exist unless people believe in it. Now it exists despite people's belief in it, man. Like it's evidentially there.
Yeah, now it does, but you're missing the point. People believe that it has legitimacy when it doesn't.
Exactly.
It's based in a lie.
Oh, it has tremendous legitimacy. It's the very foundations in which so much of like what we are now using to communicate on has been used to create all this stuff. It's like
law and politics.
The organization of society. Law and politics.
Talking about law and politics and religion.
Law and politics makes that habitable, man. Because you need to have a system by which not everyone is sorting out their own personal business. If you do, you're always going to overcompensate. You're going to continually perpetuate turf wars and family struggles and other bullshit associated to you sorting out your own struggles uneven-handedly. But the law today is fucked up. It's definitely not getting justice for people. I'm not saying it's bullshit.
Well, there's a difference between a law and something legal.
The forefathers did a decent job creating a structure, I think, man. They did We have not been an active, participating, conscious body of people. We have been a complacent,
No. What I'm saying is they don't operate by the actual law.
Not anymore, man. We had one.
They pretend to.
Yeah.
So there is no legitimacy.
Now there
They don't follow it anymore. If you were to go back to the original, that would be different.
Right.
What I'm saying is this is fictitious. It's fiat.
Yeah. So now you're talking about an insanely potent underground movement that would have to surmount that.
World Revolutionary Movement.
Yeah, it would have to be. And the only way to
Fire in the minds of men.
you have to be financially independent to run that, man. And they got us by the balls with that because unless you know some billionaires who
You
know
don't need money.
what we do to live, man.
Money is an idea.
Once you get it up, but before you get there, man, how are you going to get enough people
Get where?
to change? What?
Where am I getting to?
You're getting to a mass consensus
Why do I need a consensus?
because that's what you need to change the way society works.
Do I need to participate?
Are you not participating?
Not really. To be honest.
I mean, you stay in a house here? Do you use any systems here, man?
I mean,
I suspect you're participating more than you might fully be letting on there, but I personally just couldn't live any other way. I don't see.
no, I'm on my way out. Actually,
What do you know?
I'm slowly detaching more and more.
So like transfiguration out, or like
It's just everything is a choice, man. Like you make it sound like there's things I have to do. Like I don't have to do anything. Neither do you. It's all a choice. Like you act like that everything is written in stone, and nothing is written in stone. I get what you're saying, but it's all a choice.
Could you handle my connection?
yeah, you kind of cut in and out a little bit.
I think
People would say the repercussions in your choices.
You've been in stone, and really everything is a choice.
I just believe the repercussions for those choices, like not working a job, not continuing
Who
life.
said anything about not working a job?
That would be one of the normal constraints people would have an issue with on this choice journey.
What do you mean?
I would love to not have to work a job, man. What do you mean? Do you feel like,
Who said anything about a job?
in a way, we've been always talking about the grind of what is life on Earth as we know it, man?
Bro, I'm talking
While that may not be a product
getting
of
off of the free. What green?
that's a nonsense concept, man. That's pointless.
How is it pointless?
That's pointless, dude. That is like,
No, it's not.
you think you're out from under the tyranny if you're off the grid?
It's sane.
I mean, they're gonna fuck this planet up. They're gonna do what they do, whether or not you're eating coconuts on a beach somewhere, or taking it easy or not. There's so much people on this planet right
I'm
now.
glad you think so.
So much people, dude.
Yeah. So?
We either have to become the custodians that turn it into a utopia, or we will become the parasite that wrecks it to all hell.
We have to realize how our species is being manipulated to create what they want.
It's not just pure
The
manipulation.
shadow of our collective subconscious, so that we stop manifesting an insane world.
Some of it is the building blocks with which society is running, though, Naki. It's not all manipulation.
We're creating it ultimately. Even the psychopaths we're creating because we refuse to face what is inside of us. So what is outside of us is just a reflection of what is inside of us collectively. Let me make that clear. So everything that's happening out there is a reflection of what's happening within all of us collectively. So us not looking at our collective shadows is what's fucking the world up, which is why they don't, the first thing they tell you in religion is don't look at anything dark. Look at yourself. Because that's how we're creating this insane fucking world. And they're basically scripting an Armageddon.
I feel like
they're insane and they believe their Messiah will come once the world has gotten insane enough, because it has to come and save them, because it just has to, because it'll be so terrible if there's no other choice, and this is their fucking words, not mine.
It's so much easier if someone's going to come and save you from yourself.
That's what they believe. They believe they can make the Messiah come. Sabotage Zevi, 1666.
I actually had a story idea about that, man.
Look him up. This shit still exists.
Yeah, I was thinking about telling
that's the real Satanism.
They believe the more they sin, the sooner Jesus will come.
Yeah.
So they commit as many sins as they can to make this hellish as
Bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
I tapped into that thought just a couple days ago, dude.
Find a fucking way. Someone look this shit up, think I'm crazy. Like, dude, this shit is real.
I didn't even have to look it up, dude. The thought just naturally occurred to me. I was like, well, then obviously, like, it's the same kind of.
What's even better?
Yeah, exactly, because it's self-evident, man. And
they mock, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. It's mockery. Yeah. So that's what they do. They pretend. And it's part of of their fucking their mitzvah to fucking the three hidden mitzvahs to bring the end of
do you feel like you have a journey set out for yourself in life? Do you feel like you know what you're supposed to do?
I feel like I'm doing it. I feel like I'm gradually understanding more and more. I feel like most of my life has been a trip, and like the polarity and the like not even just all the spiritual shit, but like when I was younger, I didn't have a normal life. Like there definitely were no safe spaces, put it that way. I didn't like get involved in all this because I thought it was an interesting idea, where I was curious. Like I saw a lot of shit on the micro level. It was really fucked up, and yeah, it wasn't much of a stretch to realize maybe there was something a little bigger going on. And I started looking into like serial killers and organized crime and intelligence agencies and how they work. And when you understand that stuff, again, it's really not that hard to understand how this works. In this ideological subversion, like people don't want to know. That is the truth. Most people do not want to know. This shit I don't want to know. For sure, dude. You really don't want to know. You can look.
I'm gonna go ahead and put it on my computer so you guys can listen into the show.
You can look into the psychology, into the fucking intelligence agencies. They have declassified shit now anymore. It's not even. It used to be hard to find. Now it's not even hard. And they tell you how the fuck they do operations and shit. And you can find other shit like, that's maybe a little lower on the totem pole, or maybe I just, don't want to talk about it.
Wait, can I come in?
That talks about how these different operations work that I'm not going to name. whatever. And you could find people that were like fucking mad, like crazy, like almost villains, like in real life, and like planned like these elaborate fucking like murders or some shit, and they like wrote diaries of how they did it, and they're like geniuses. Study those people, then understand how conspiracies work.
Man,
People don't want to know.
I already know enough, man. I'm good.
Because it's really simple.
I think
it's not complicated. It doesn't take aliens and all that. All it takes is you want someone dead, security's not there that day. Problem solved. There's your conspiracy. Oops.
No, I think just in terms of what Doc was saying,
like really, people want to live in a fucking bubble. Like, it's really simple. So you're talking about the world getting fucked up. Okay, but guess what? The goddess is also waking up, and her children are waking up, and we're fucking tired of this shit. So come what may, I ain't worried about it. Fuck them.
I'm only cool with it if I get superpowers so I can keep things nice and easy, bro. I'm not trying to fucking struggle too hard, bro.
Fuck them, dude. No. That's another reason why I got... Dude, magic is real. I can fucking affect my reality. Let them. They're cowards.
I've similarly affected my reality, but
I know magic too now, motherfucker.
Only subtly. I'm still waiting for the good shit.
I don't use it for destructive purposes, but someone wants to come at me.
No, man, just flight, teleportation, and super strength, man. That's all you need. No, you don't even need teleportation, man. Just flight and super strength. You'll be good. But it's like I've had the most anecdotal of circumstantial happenings with things that definitely lead me to believe that magic is real. Like,
it is,
but it happens through.
Dude, I was like a big
realities,
skeptic. And this is another reason why I was a big skeptic of it.
No,
for most of my life.
I used to ask God for a toy, and then I had a happenstance Charizard card drawing. We asked our dad for particular expensive cards. He hard declined us, and then we got me and my brother both got these expensive ass cards. He got Poliwrath, I got Charizard, and it occurred to me like this was the way the universe was trying to like give me this like toy I was asking for from God. I feel like because I kept trying to like summon it under the pillow when I was a kid. And then one time I had my girlfriend scratch an itch for me. And that let me know like the psychic link is real between people. It's a muscle we never use, man. And so we're like not sensitive to it.
It's something that's already actually there. It's just bringing our awareness to it. That's a lot, but that's actually what I believe.
Yeah. And
that's a belief. Let me be clear. I always make clear what I believe and what I know to be true, or what's gnosis, and that is a belief. But I think. But I think we're here to.
Trying to hear what Brad has to say. He's just tried so many times, man.
Oh, it's my connection is not good, so I'm not sure if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, man, hit it.
Yeah, you're good.
I was just gonna say, thanks for letting me contribute. By the way, I was gonna say in the literature that I've read, and like I said, I'm not going entirely off Rudolf Steiner's work because I do think there's a lot of link as it has to do with Kabbalistic mysticism as well. I think there's a huge link. I don't know how all of these things tie in, but just on the literature I've read, we are here to develop what Rudolf Steiner defines as super sensible organisms, organs, sorry. And these organs are the organs that we will, like, like as human beings, we have our five senses. So once we, just based on the type of work you've done, however, whichever practice you've kind of studied, you're meant to develop these organs that are going to help you in your next form of existence. Because the whole idea of is that we are in the physical material. We're in we're existing in matter. But in the other realms of existence, there's other organs that don't rely on matter for you to exist or for you to function. So, upon looking at his work, I'd always been curious about like UFOs and aliens and all these things. But one thing I've come to realize is that just like the ocean has many different species, existence
there's
has
where your
many
aliens
different
are.
species itself.
There's where the real aliens are, in the ocean, in the earth. I think there are extraterrestrials, but I think that they were here like 70,000 years ago. What people are seeing now that I'm totally convinced are fucking archons. They are not from some other star system. They're from right here. The grays and all that.
I would say even sometimes government vehicles, man.
That's another thing, but we're on YouTube, not Odyssey. Yeah, I think a lot of it is technology and genetic. Yeah,
but like
it's fake.
Just to develop an organ, I don't know. I feel like it's either like
it's our technology.
I feel like it's either we go to heaven or we go to hell, man. Like hell on earth or heaven on earth from here. We either achieve enlightenment, understand how to form a real human connection, learn to communicate, use each other's abilities as resources for the greater betterment of all mankind, and literally achieve like a heaven-like being for however long. Or we fucking fail to do it, and the powers that be, whether they're directly demonic, archontic, or whatever they might be, or not, they're all reflective of that same problematic issue where it's gonna just turn us into like a fucking. I mean, it's gonna be like communist
us,
like eating our kids to get by because we're fucking so poor and desperate, and we fucking live under this tyrannical system of shit, Like it just feels to me like all us, man. We can think about the aliens as much as we want, but if they were gonna be relevant before whatever it is we're gonna go through, they would have made themselves way more relevant to us.
No, I think that they're the real aliens. I say that word kind of tongue in cheek. I don't think they're aliens.
Yeah.
I think that the true ultra terrestrials, transdimensionals. Yeah. I think some of them
everywhere
are the very spirits that I'm talking about.
Everything in
between. They work through
them.
telepathy, and they are outside of space and time. I have a whole long thing on that I'm gonna get into eventually, but yeah.
You would limit it
say
to
the gods came
incorporate.
and they I think that all the, as I said, I think all these religions started with shamanism. Okay, which I mean, shamanism is the oldest religion. Okay,
it's not a religion.
Shamanism 2.0. Okay, it's the same thing. Getting in contact with the divine, with the spirits, with the ancestors, with whatever, with music and song and chanting and however you want to package it, it's the same thing. And people have done it from the beginning of recorded history. And these same archetypes have been played over and over and over and over again. And we see them as archetypes. And they are. But it appears that behind this archetype, behind this symbol, the symbol is just a symbol. Behind this symbol is a force, and that force is real. This is my gnosis. This is what I've experienced. I can't and will not say that that is true. But, I mean, I do an invocation, and
Their
I get
influences,
tired
though.
to wide awake all day, and I'm getting all of these epiphanies and all of this energy and all of just freedom of thought and action and just like clarity and just yeah, it's just a coincidence, you know, and I'm able to focus my will and you know like it's dynamically it's happening. You know, situations are lining up in my favor, and what do I have to think about anymore? I am in a current. That's what it is. It's an energy, and so now I am aligned with that current, and with the focus of my inner, as I focus my inner world, my outer world shapes in accordance with that. Be still and know that I am God. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Fear is the absence of love. Faith is the evidence or the belief in fuck, I can't remember now. Belief in things not seen, the evidence. Heard it so many fucking times too. But whatever.
Yeah. And you know what? Yeah, I was just gonna say to that, Doc. You mentioned earlier you talking about faith is things. I think you said belief in things that are unseen. I think you touched on something very interesting when you mentioned just human psychology. As for me, as someone who's been lucky enough or blessed enough to have mystical experiences, one thing I would say is that the human brain, the limbic system, disposition, like based on conditioning, is heavily prone to denial. And the reason why I say it's heavily prone to denial, what you guys were mentioning earlier about, I think Doc, you mentioned earlier about people being in denial. I wouldn't have had certain mystical experiences if I was unable to overcome. If I hadn't been able to overcome that denial mechanism, which is built in from conditioning, because there is a lot of, how would I describe it? There is a lot, if you're able to be initiated, induced in whatever capacity, there are entities that exist in other realms that you will be unable to do alchemical work with if the denial mechanism overrides you. And you know, because for me, I consider like me having my experiences later on in life, I feel like compared like the priests, you know, back in, you know, the priesthood that existed in millennia, that guarded knowledge, that guarded wisdom, they was developing and conditioning the initiates to be ready to face these different trials that they would encounter in initiatic states. That could even be shamanistic states. So there's certain states that if you're not conditioned and don't have the right resources and don't have the right teachers, you're not going, just like seeing a UFO, for example, right? I've seen a UFO, right? And when I've seen it, my initial response of my brain is flight. But the reason why that is because of TV, television, media programming. This is how they fuck the human brain essentially.
It might be a little bit more than that, man. I fucking talked to my friend today about three hunters with spears and bows walked up to 10 lions, man. Took a haunch of the wart or whatever they killed, warthog or whatever, and just left. And I was like, there's no way if the lions were accurately assessing the conditions of this assault here, like that they would actually just roll over to this unless they were also somehow subconsciously aware of what the implications of coming into contact of what people could really mean. And I think that's what's more likely going on with it. You probably have a subconscious understanding that it doesn't matter, man. Like, this is a fucking being from a whole different level of fucking whatever, and it's capable of fucking us up at a whole, you know what I mean?
You give too much power to the enemy.
You know what I mean, man? I really think it's probably some of that.
Yeah, I would agree with Doc. You definitely do give the enemy too much power.
But is it extraterrestrial, man? Like that could be.
Dude, we're extraterrestrial.
Yeah, it could be. We are terrestrials, at least. Have we been?
Nah, we're born. We're born here.
Have we been?
But our genome was seeded in the in fucking M42.
I mean, there's certain things I don't want to say on here, just based on, historical stuff as it relates to a particular group of people that, I'm not necessarily saying
you don't have to drop a group name, man.
No, I'm not necessarily talking about the Blue Beam project, but I'm talking about the people that kind of developed the Blue Beam project, but there's more information just on that, just in terms of, there was something apparently called the New Civilization. There's a book called The New Civilization, and it's just loosely, the whole idea of it was an alien species would come as the savior of mankind during a crisis, and they would basically use that to reset humanity. But there's some other information that precedes that. But just loosely speaking, in terms of a conspiracy sense, it's very hard to filter out when it comes to extraterrestrial or artificial life, what is government and what isn't government, right? But one thing I would say is that the spiritual entities or the spiritual hierarchies, they exist outside of the physical, kind of like our physicality, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying is there's different variations to existence and the many life forms that precede, these types of manifestations.
Dare say an infinite variety?
I'm saying UFOs are just they're like beginner stage. That's beginners. Do you understand? I'm saying that there's many different entities that exist outside of the UFOs, because a lot of our conceptions of UFOs is solely based on material. So it's based on metal, it's based on nuts and bolts, it's based on physicality. But there's entities that are even more supreme than that. That's kind of like a basic level of awareness. When you start becoming aware of UFOs, that's the basic level of awareness. Exactly.
That's it. There's a lot of government technology that is way ahead of what we're told, and people think that it's alien. No, it's ours. Strange as it may seem, it's ours. And yeah, the real deal is not physical. It doesn't need a vehicle.
Yeah, because when it comes Yeah, because when it comes to the UFO stuff, you also have to look a lot into aviation. You know, that's the thing where a lot of people don't understand.
I feel like not
you have to
physical
look into
means
aviation.
uninfluenceable, though, man. Like, I've never had an unphysical interaction or non-physical interaction with an entity that's felt real to me, except for like in the realm of my own projections and maybe taking up ideas too sensational. Like if some entity maybe gave me an idea or something, you know, I just don't feel like.
No, it can take a physical form, but it is not using a physical vehicle.
And you'd say it's to the whatever
It's not nuts and
energetic
bolts
that would
technology. It
that would
doesn't
like.
need it. It's way beyond that. That's what we're saying.
And you think that's what's running planet Earth?
What's running the planet Earth is very sick minds that you would find if you watched Investigation Discovery. And they pretend like they're politicians and religious leaders and whatever else, but they're not. It's just a game they play. It's literally like a they're playing pretend. That's what I honestly believe. The people that really are they're insane or worse. Look at the Great Reset, man. Like if that doesn't,
I think that's only true at the highest levels. I think the people who are.
It is only true at the highest levels, but that's the only levels that matter.
Well, right now it is because everything is so centralized, but yeah.
But it's not about people, and it's not about who's the fucking leader. It's about ideology. It's about fucking how consciousness is manipulated. You know, everyone's worried about who it is and what it is. You
I
know,
don't feel like they really have a handle on controlling.
it's
that.
about learning how they control the fucking mind and how it perceives reality and what they know about consciousness that we don't, because they know a lot. And they tell you in their own books. This is the thing. Like there's no need for any conspiracy, anything. They tell you in their own books. Like that's what's so crazy. Like because they don't think anyone's going to. You want to hide something, put it in the book, right? Yeah, see, and that's the confirmation. My phone went off. I'm kidding.
No, I have a similar kind of feel about things that like line up like that, man.
Sometimes, but
I heard it through here too. That's the thing. It's like
just
it's like bring right after you
like
said
every
it.
time. Like, yeah, that's what it is. No, once in a while though.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure. You got to be careful over associating the coincidence.
Big time. Like, oh, 333 again. It's like, okay, yeah,
bring
still going,
shit,
man.
we're nailing it now. It's not Tommy just sending you a bunch of texts, man. You know, no way. Or the fucking anything else.
But yeah, man, my thing is that all this shit is artificial, and we're the ones who really have the power. Stop giving the enemy so much power.
If we really had the power, we
We
can't
do.
exercise it, dude.
No, I'm telling you, we do. There's no question about it.
You're talking like sovereign citizen legally.
I've shown it to myself, bro, and you could show it to yourself. Like we are the real power. They are nothing.
But it's
they
not,
feed off of us.
It's not I, the individual. It's I, the system represents everyone's
parasites.
Agreement. No, everyone's agreement.
They're Wizard of Oz, dude. You know the Wizard of Oz? It's like the great and powerful sorcerer, and then it's like the little coward fucking, you know, fake.
I mean, do you like having murder be an illegal thing, man? Like, does that sound like a good thing to you?
I mean, I don't think that murder ever was legal, but people still commit murder.
There's not a matter. Well, to say it's legal is to say it's.
People commit murder.
Do
you think people who commit murder follow laws?
Oh, I'm saying to say that it's legal is to say that there's a system by which it's written down and we agree upon things are okay or not okay. And do you not think we need a system like that?
Well, okay, but here's the thing. Is the system being utilized? So you can have a system, that's cool. But are you actually utilizing that system for what you say you're utilizing it for?
Not ethically, I would say. It's being utilized for sure.
This is why I say it's a fiction. That's what I mean. I'm not saying it don't exist in the sense like there's not a like you said a physical. That's not what I meant.
It's more like you've been like
that was funny. I mean, there is no reality to it. You have something that is what's called substantial reality, what something appears to be, and then what something actually is. It's a front. It's a mirage.
Oh,
it's a distraction. Like, okay, we're a philanthropist, and we do this, and we do, it's called a double life. It's called a front. It's called fucking organized crime. Like, it's not that. Like,
but do you realize what the implication?
Look at the Endrengeti, bro. Before I get fucking like shot or something.
What?
Like, I'm serious. I'm saying shit I probably shouldn't, honestly. And I've been doing it since I was a fucking kid. But like, shit's getting weird nowadays.
But you realize
I have a different fucking.
Takes you to, man. Like immediately.
Yeah. I've said fucking enough. Just believe in yourself, man. Stop giving other people fucking power. Hail Lucifer.
Harder to do than you think sometimes, man.
Huh?
Only trust in the self and not be swayed by others.
Dude, yes.
It's hard to
there is only the self. Everything else is just a mirror. The self is God. The self and God are one. That's what I was saying. That's what I meant when I said God. I was
I see it the same way, but if
it's looking into a mirror, it's casting its own shadow, and it's trying to learn about itself.
People hear
different lighting and different shadow, different groupings of light and shadow.
People hear that, man. They go
different atmospheres, different.
They start thinking in terms
angles
that validate the
trip
of other people's lives, man. If they get too solipsistic,
we're in a trip, bro. No, solipsism is fucking the most insane belief system ever. No.
But reality operates very much like solipsism reflects to us.
No, no.
We
solipsism is a twisting of the truth.
For sure, dude. It's an infinite respect of only the experience of the self. It never fully validates anything other than the self as a real experience because you don't experience.
It's not just us. It's the self. It's everyone and everything. And that one thing is us at our true awareness of ourselves. Like it, yeah. I've been talking too much already to go into that, but yeah, we're playing fucking peekaboo. Basically,
Alan Watts, bro.
Alan Watts was dead on.
He was.
He's dead fucking on.
But is it peekaboo with just ourself, or is there not some kind of crystallized soul concept that's actually real? Is it ourself always the one self every lifetime, or is it ourself stretched across 10,000 different lifetimes over the course of
Well, we all are ourselves. We all are our own universe. And we're just kind of like crossing each other.
It's more like signaling on the hill.
But yet at the same time, we're a part of it. Yeah. Like I said, it's peekaboo. Every division that's created is an illusion. Because there really is nothing else. That's what I'm saying. Because time and space and everything, it's all an illusion. There is nothing but the self.
I figure there's
in its
significant
totality.
importance to the whether or not there's like a multi-lifetime experience of individuation, like what is considered to be a soul.
And so Kali and Jesus and Lucifer and you know, you and me, and we're all a part of it. Do you get what I'm saying?
If those are not just archetypal
Everything.
concepts, man.
I'm saying everything. Everything. That's what the self is. That's what the absolute is.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But we are that. We're just unaware of it. So we're literally like children.
What's going on, buddy?
What's up, man?
What's everyone's latest experiences with this stuff? Manifesting? Doing any rites? Or...
Whoa, wait, hold on. Is it my sound or yours? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
He's a little quiet to me. But he's asking about any rites that anyone might have done or any experiences or something.
Yeah, what's some of your wildest manifestations and the rites you've done?
I don't know, dude. It's hard to say, man. Sometimes I think it's a product of my intent to manifest. Sometimes I think I just get lucky or like even just hard fail. But the ones that I remember are the ones that blow up on me. Those are the ones. Yeah, those are the ones that keep me from really fucking around with much. But yeah.
Oh no, just yeah.
Small,
Keep going.
With wild. So 2 weeks later, I saved $900 on car insurance. I got a $300 PST return. That was pretty cool.
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right. Well, so what's up, man?
Not a whole lot. Just fucking hopping on here. I got nothing to do for the rest of the day, so. The Falun Gong with the lower genitalia.
Uh-huh.
Have you done that energy work exercise yet, or did you send it over to you?
What have I done it before? Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't like it too much.
Yeah. I used to practice Qigong a lot before I got like bad arthritis and shit.
Yeah.
But I've tried other stuff too.
Everyone's opinion on here on the best sacrifices.
I was really into the Mahavidyas, like in like the beginnings of everything. Like I said, I started with Shakti, with Kali, with Shiva, you know.
Yeah, Shakti is for people. I'm assuming you've read Yoga and Power by Julius.
Yeah, Julius Aboba, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
Yo, Seven. You should call in, bro.
I don't know, man. Book studies are those are rough, man. I got like 30 pages of notes on fucking.
Doesn't Montauk Chia get into that too? I think Montauk Chia gets into that. Or am I mistaken? I can't remember. Shit, it's been a while. I used to be into I used to be into Tantra pretty heavy at one point.
Tantric practices, yeah. The only issue that I have on is like researching tantric stuff is like the terminology for the 36 mantras that they use, and if you don't know those, it's kind of like a gap that they put there. You have to go and study the 36 mantras.
Damn. I'm having a hard time hearing you, man. It's frustrating the hell out of me. Hold on one second.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that works. Okay.
that is fucking night and day, bro.
No, but what I was saying with the tantric stuff, unless you understand the 36 tattvas, it's kind of a progression thing right there. A lot to study, and that's kind of what halted me, because as soon as I hit those, I was like, fuck this. This is a lot of work.
There's a book called Tattva Shuddhi that is really good for that.
Okay.
It just came to me. Because it is, and there's very few good books on it. And that's one of them. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But I know what you're talking about, yeah. And that's the balance.
I know a
dude.
lot of
the top was the balance of everything.
Fucking, yeah, too.
That's the equilibrium. That's the fucking, you know. And yeah. The Vedic and the pre-Vedic system always fucking called to me. I still fuck with it. It's really interesting. They analyze consciousness from every imaginable fucking direction. Like
yeah, from every perspective.
They're not playing, dude. That's why it's just like, dude, like you just my hat's off. Like y'all ask some fucking questions, man. Like y'all were tripping. Like,
you ever experienced, I don't know, you ever had like a entity that you're like that's in the room with you? Have you ever like smelt them? I don't know, man, because I had something like that happen not too long ago.
I had a sweet smell before, but
yeah,
it was like very, very like light. It wasn't anything like intense.
Because I remember when we were taking care of my before my grandfather died, we had his dog here for a little while. We were taking care of him, and shit started to move in my house, and the dog started to freak the fuck out upstairs. And his Oz was like, "No, I want to go say hello to your dog before it leaves." I was like, "What?" You know. And at the same time, there was this really, really weird musky smell in the house. It was throughout the whole fucking house. It was like a weird musk.
Huh. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard people talk about that, so I know it's a thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I get a lot of orbs, though. I see orbs damn near every day.
Yeah. I see spider webs every fucking where. I see spider webs everywhere. Like, yeah. And there's usually like crows and owls. Like, It's fun.
Trying to think of what to bring up here as a topic.
It's too much. That's the problem. It's just it's the reason I have Pandora. It's not because I don't know what to listen to. It's because there's too much.
How about archetypes and non-dualism? I don't know. That's a fucking wormhole right there.
Oh, that's a fucking specialty too. So that actually works. Everything, yeah. That's what I was saying. There is nothing but the absolute. We're playing peekaboo. We're looking into a mirror to know, to fully know ourselves. And there's been this fractal, descent. Depending on how you want to look at it. There's different ways to look at it. But then I also believe that we're in a fucking trip. We're in a dream. It's a living dream, and it can be, coordinated by us. We can interact with the dreamer.
Well, we create it while we.
It's a dream that we are dreaming. That we can dream together if we choose. If I get deeper into my personal beliefs, the Telestai, the pre-Christian Gnostics of the mysteries, believed in Sophia, and she believed that she was the stellar goddess, an aeon from the galactic core, and through her dreaming faculties, she created the template for the Anthropos, which is us, through an act of emanation. And through this act of emanation, this dreaming power, which is interesting about this myth, is that for one, it's absolutely unique.
Created an imbalance in doing so, because she made it insanely powerful, right? Like
the only things that the only myths that line up with it are very ancient. And so it's like, the reason I'm saying this is not anything to do with Christianity. Okay, so this goddess, okay, became enamored with her own imaginative faculties, and it was basically her beholding of the beholden one, which is the absolute. So becoming enamored by the power of the absolute. There are syzygies in the galactic core. Now, what's interesting about this is they made sure that they said it was the galactic core. That's the pleroma. Well, the galactic core is literally where stars are formed, and shit explodes, and is recreated, and you could say that's where everything. I mean, if you have stars and galaxies and everything,
I understood the pleroma to be like the dawn of existence, and where everything came from. That.
Well, it's just interesting because Sophia falls from the pleroma because she acts alone without her consort in creating, because usually these aeons work in syzygies. They work in pairs, male, female. And when they create something and they don't get involved in their creation, they don't immerse themselves in it. They stand kind of like a scientist would.
The version of it that I heard said that she basically like either gave us some of her power or had to sacrifice her power in order to create us as she had envisioned. And in that falling, the fractured or slivered off power eventually basically became the vacuum or whatever supplicated these dark forces that are keeping her contained. While
they ain't keeping her contained shit.
Well, they
came about as an anomaly.
They're basically ruling her planet
into
and
matter.
her creation, according to the myth. And so it's basically contained her activity, because she can't return to her full status until after realization of her dream, essentially.
Well, she's deorthosis. This is the correction, and the correction is the human mind. That's the correction. The full Gnostic story of correction is very long, but I can point you to some sources. But that's my my passion. And you could say that Sophia in some ways led me to Lilith, I guess. I mean, I think they're quite connected, to be honest, but that's another fucking story altogether.
The whole Lucifer and Shiva and Lilith and Kali seems to be a bit of a connection. I don't know.
Well, I mean, dude, she was the one who fell from the pleroma for making a choice to create something of her own, from her own power, from her own, from her own will. And she became so enamored by it that she fell from the fullness of the pleroma into the kanoma, which is deficiency. It doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means it's less than perfect. And because of that, there was an anomaly. And this anomaly was the creation of the archons, which are a parasitic race. They're actual parasites, physical parasites like bugs and astral parasites, but they're mind parasites. They don't have any actual power, but they can simulate. They can, and basically they warn that this god that everybody is worshiping is an archon, and that it is not really a god at all. That it doesn't know its own origins. It doesn't know its mother. It doesn't know. So not only does it flip the story of and the reason why this is so interesting to me is it basically flips the story of Lilith and the slave being the slave woman of Yahweh to Lilith creating Yahweh. And like I said before, Satan and Lucifer are titles. Who was the serpent in the garden? Well, the serpent has always been the goddess, and according to the Talmud, Lilith is the serpent. So why is Lilith so demonized? Why is she not mentioned in the Bible?
Also,
why did El have a fucking wife and now all of a sudden he doesn't? And then El becomes Yahweh, and they're supposed to be the same. But then you look in the Old Testament, and there's verses that are contradicting each other completely. And it's like, well, is God schizophrenic? And it's like, well, no, there's literally like multiple gods in the Old Testament. And they tell you it's one. But then if you actually talk to someone who really understands Judaism, they'll tell you that it's not the same. Or it's like highly symbolic, and like there's layers of meaning, and it like there's multiple gods, and and so like this is the thing, like they've had this spell over people. They killed all these people, and they said convert or die. They said the Pope is fucking God on earth until Jesus comes back. Like that's actually a thing. Unum sanctum.
Whoa.
Unum sanctum. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. This isn't me just like talking about ancient history and mythology. This shit stands today. These papal bulls were put into place in the 13th century. They've never been challenged. We are of the vine of Christ. We are of the disciples. We come from apostolic lineage. So God isn't here, but we're from apostolic lineage, from Pierre, from here. On this rock I'll build my church, right? Well, Jesus says that the church is not built by the hands of man. He said hypocrites do that, and they stand out in the squares and they scream, about God, but they don't know him. And they never seen him and never heard his voice. He dwells in inapproachable light. And their father is the devil. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, you take off the glasses, man. It's like you start to realize, like, he's talking to like the Sanhedrin, who are like the highest, like, authority, basically. And he's telling them that he is their fucking Messiah, and he's doing shit on the Sabbath, and it's like he's breaking all of their rules. And somehow people have been so mind controlled because of hell and because of all this like churches. It's a mockery of divinity. Like, sit back and watch. It's a mockery of divinity. It's a mockery of the human spirit. Give money, say please, hope that you'll be forgiven. Like, think about it. It's fucking, like, it's truly malicious. It's truly evil.
Yeah, it's meant to control and oppress you.
And then what did Jesus say? He said, "Don't you know ye are gods? All these things you can do, all these things I can do, you can do and greater." If there's a, like, what the fuck? Like, no, something ain't right here.
Twilight, what invocation technique do you use there?
For
Lilith and your Asmodee invocation.
Oh, fuck, it just depends on how I feel, man. I'm very, like, in the moment type person.
Okay.
I have a black mirror for Lilith, though.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's what it is.
That can probably get pretty intense.
Yeah. Just light some candles and yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff, actually, that I could tell you if you want.
Why not? No one else is talking, so
grab a drink and a cigarette before I do that. But yeah, I just realized I have none.
What's up, Doc?
What's up, man?
Long time no talk to.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could swipe off of here and look at other stuff while I'm on here, but it kicks me off every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard y'all like talking about the soul earlier. That's something I've been really digging into lately. Along the lines of like been looking into what Parrot Shoe, he gets into this a lot. What he calls the telebody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of his big ideas is that these things are actually formed in the void, or the black sun, as he would put it. You gotta watch my language here because we're on YouTube. But
you're right. Yeah.
They're empty.
Void's a trigger word, man. God, man.
No, the other one.
They gotta be careful about that V word, dog.
But yeah, I mean that really is. I can go through, look at it from any tradition, and really that seems to be the the peak of the mountaintop is that understanding of that immortal body. And I mean, you know, you've read Samuel L. Moore. You know, this stuff's like encoded in the Bible. It's in Taoism. It's in anywhere you look. Really, it all comes back to that same subject. But I've been giving that a lot of thought. What he's talking about, this body is actually formed in the void, and then you ask, like, well, where the hell is the void? But then I consider the Taoist idea, and the idea of that there's Jing, Qi, and Shen, essence, energy, and spirit. But there's that mysterious fourth also, and that's where you sublimate Shen into void.
Well, the void would have to be a black hole, man, right? Like
that's the
wait.
That's the only way to get Jing back is by sublimating spirit into that void. It actually comes back. I almost think of this stuff like when you play Pac-Man. You run off one side of the screen and then you come back on the other side. It's almost like a circuit there. You know, we there's one part of it we just can't fathom from human consciousness, but it's like a circuit. We just can't see the whole thing.
Yeah.
But I guess what conclusion that's leading me to is that we talk about void. Ask where is it? Well, it's in us also. We contain void.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That really makes sense when you look at these Taoist pictures of the immortal fetus, and you see this thing growing inside them. Well, I mean, it's coming from void, but in us also.
Have you heard of the silver cord?
Silver cord, like in astral projection.
Yeah, I think they commonly refer to it there.
Yeah.
I imagine that's like how when water circling the drain creates a cyclone kind of phenomenon, a vortex.
Right.
The black hole that's in the center of our galaxy, in my mind, is creating a similar one that corresponds even to us on Earth here.
But somehow we're on both ends of it at the same time.
Well, its internal machinations maybe somehow govern us beyond our understanding. Like there's maybe an internal component of it that represents us, maybe relatable to the soul.
It's plasma, man.
That's another thing I've been really deep diving into is this whole idea of morphic resonance or morphic field.
Yup. I think plasma cosmology is right on the fucking money.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what I'm finding? The more I look into this stuff, and I kind of building this model of these. To say egregore, I don't know. It really depends on what your definition of egregore is, but you know, it kind of crosses over into the idea of egregores, morphic fields, biofields, whatever you want to call it. But the more I'm really studying this and like kind of building a framework of it in my mind, it's like every subject seems to fit into that model somehow, and they're wanting to fit in there easily, and that's kind of a good sign to me that really is a good approach to look at some of this stuff from.
When you say egregores and shit, like I started losing context.
That your yourself, your identity, your ego, that is a living egregore. It's just an avatar. You really don't exist.
Yeah, and that's that's something for me. I think it really needs to be pulled apart and given better definitions, because you can read about the egregore on that level. You know, we could talk about like the corporate egregore, the spirit of a corporation or something like that. That's another egregore. You can expand that bigger to where you get to the level of the national egregore. And, you know, for something like Britain, this national egregore is literally represented by a goddess, the goddess Britannia. So that tells you the nature of these things is when you try and find the representations of them, it almost always comes out in a feminine form.
It's like Starbucks lady being Vapula from the Goetia.
But yes, so I guess once we get to the level of a national egregore, I kind of feel like the term egregore is a little clumsy for what we're talking about because,
Like an identity, or
yeah, right. At this point, I feel like we're talking about a
comes into
political.
the relevancy with identity politics.
Yeah.
That's
Very.
Oh yeah, let's talk about imaginary things again. See, this is again my point. Like, we have a society that's imaginary, and now it's actually becoming more imaginary, and people still don't understand that it's imaginary. I don't know what else to say. 7, like what
See, that's
Is this
that's
because
what's
of like
really got
AI?
me.
You think maybe?
AI is definitely archontic. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I feel like AI is the direct way to conjure up an egregore, and how maybe they might be substantiated, and why they seem to have an almost like ever prevalent significance right now, man.
AI is not our friend, I'll tell you that. Unless we like really, really, really like
AI is core
looking at it from a different direction.
with egregores, man. It's the only way it starts its inherent conceptual basis, man.
I mean, unless we like really evolve our view on how to fucking utilize it, you know, in which case, actually,
Yeah, I can't say a whole lot about it, but that is happening hard and heavy in the background.
Yeah, that's why I say it. Because it's almost like I've become the egregore. I am not the self, and you know.
You don't need a self. It's bothersome.
Yeah, don't worry about poor little you.
Anyone down for a tarot reading before I hop out of the chat?
Sure.
All right, what's your name?
Huh? Twilight.
All right, I'll just use Twilight. We'll see what I get from that. Do what's going on in your life right now.
Huh?
It's gonna do like what's going on in your life, like generally with you right now.
Okay. Cool.
Doing an 8-card pull here.
Seven. Why does it have to be 72 genders?
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
That's all I want to know, man.
Where are you getting that from, man?
That's just like trolling.
Oh,
at that
I mean,
point.
72 seems like some kind of a divinely
72 demons of Gar's Goetia, 72 angels of El Shem, 72,000 nadis in the human body. Oof.
There you go.
That's a pretty symbolic number.
And it's 216. And
it's like,
what's funny about that is if you then multiply 6 times 6, you get 36. And if you multiply 36 times 6, you get 216.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You have 108...
yes.
Sorry. 114 chakras within the human body. You have 108. You add 108 and 108, you get 216.
Yep.
There might be something with that. Okay, Twilight for your foundations there. Ooh. Seems like you and your girlfriend are doing well. Hold Steery, Ace of Swords. You running into any like foundational truths or anything like that? New thoughts, new beginnings.
I told you, man, going up.
Going up.
That's why I've been feeling and doing what I'm doing, because I feel at a place where, like, I usually keep to myself, dude, and Lilith is just like, yo, fuck out there. And I'm just like, okay. like whatever, I guess. And it's because like I feel good. I was able, and that's basically what she told me. She's like, you feel better than you have in a while. Why not? It's like, yeah, yeah. You're
Seems
right.
like you're dealing with a lot of emotional turmoil, though. A lot of fighting there. You pulled the 5 of Wands for your emotions. Seems like those are a little rocky. Then for your mindset, you pulled Belial, you pulled Judgment. Pretty rusty with Tarot.
How to master.
Are you ripping up any of your old mindsets and your old beliefs and moving forward?
Oh, I've done that daily for most of my life, but I mean, yeah, I've definitely been like very like clean slate, in a more intense way. I mean, I've also been initiating through Thygerion, which 7, by the way, is the Black Sun, which is the fifth spear of the cliff off. I've been going through spear by spear, so it makes sense.
Then for your fire element here, you pulled the Fool cameo. So anything that it's trying to say that anything that you're pursuing right now, you might be foolish about it or something to go on with that. Or maybe you're taking a leap of faith in a new pursuit.
Yes. No, I know what needs to be done. I know there's still a lot more to be done. But yeah, there is yeah. Mm-hmm.
And here's for the overall gross 4 elements. This would be your 5th point, your spirit point right here. You pulled 5 of Pentacles Gamagan. That basically symbolizes financial loss. That sucks.
Well, yeah, that's been a battle. I have ideas on how to. Yeah.
You make any new friends recently? You pulled the 3 of Cups for your void element. What's unknown to the situation right now? What's going on? Are you making any new friends? Or
I've made connections, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Well, keep doing that. It seems to me then your last 2 cards here, your 7 and 8, your overall cards for the reading. It seems to me kind of like you're getting your emotions together with the Queen of Wands. You're kind of directing that a bit better, but it seems to me you have a choice to make with the 2 of Pentacles, or you're really struggling to balance something.
Things are reaching an event tide, you could say. And it's kind of like I see something coming in the distance, you could say. And that's kind of like the Fool, because it's kind of like it's more like that, that wonder of the Fool, of just kind of like, that's probably like why it was like approaching something as foolish. Yeah, foolish in the sense of like the Fool is like the jester.
Yeah.
And it sees like all possibilities. It's like in a new, and I do know that Lilith is guiding me too. So, there is that. But I am doing it myself, and she also reminded me of that because I kept taking her, and she's like, "Hey, you're doing it too," So, but yeah, no, I feel pretty. I mean, I've had to go through a lot, so I mean, obviously that's going to show. It is the clip off. So I'm battling trauma, and
It breaks you down, then it builds you up.
Yeah, exactly, man. So yeah, I went through hell, literally. But oh man, I do it again. You know,
I mean,
only
the
a
note
practitioner who understands.
hell though is so fucking worth it.
Yeah, you had mentioned earlier about things getting further and further away from reality. That's one angle that I'm coming at this stuff from that I think it's not only important, I think it's just where the future of things are going is in things like molecular biology and stuff like this. Like if you look at the cutting edge of this stuff, especially like with Rupert Sheldrake and his morphic resonance and all that. I mean, there's stuff's already being like validated in science that most people still think is in the future, and it's already happened. That crossover between science and magic, it's like we're right on the cliff of it. I mean, it's already here. It's just a delayed reaction, and then of course you got the establishment trying to gatekeep and keep all this stuff, you know, from getting out of their paradigm. But you know, some of the stuff. There's a channel on YouTube called Toe, Theories of Everything. And man, they've got some of like the leading edge scientists on there, and the shit they're saying, it's a complete crossover into esoteric subject, everything they're talking about, especially when it starts getting down to like intelligence and like the intelligence in these fields and how these things work on a molecular biological level. It's sort of that as above, so below thing. We can look there and see what's going on, you know, in some of these above us complex areas, because nature is nature.
From what I understand, one of the biggest secrets that was kept of the mysteries is the physiological, endocrine, you know, physical basis of a lot of it too. The you know, along with the, you know, that you were actually changing yourself quite literally.
Yeah, here's one thing that really just caused a complete flip in the way I look at everything. Really, is they can look in on like a little cluster of cells that are about to form into a tadpole embryo. It's really nothing distinct there. They're all just the same cells in a cluster. And they've recorded, you can see in the bioelectric field, a static symbol pattern will emerge over that cluster of cells. And in this instance, it would be the code for face. And when that static signal emerges, then you see the cells start to form into a face. They're reacting to the intelligence of this field telling it what to do. So then when I look at this thing and I think of myself, you know, all my life I've said, you know, I'm a physical being and I have a bioelectric field. But if the intelligence is in the field, it's the other way around. I am a bioelectric field and I have a physical material body.
Did you see there's a speech with Jordan Peterson and someone else, and they get into like how the brain is more like an antenna than anything else.
Right. It's about connectivity.
Yes.
Your brain just grounds you.
What if we received our minds from nature?
Well, the
What if
DNA
it's
has
all backwards.
that, I think, because part of the DNA has a lot to do with how the mind is structured, I think. But yeah, it gets into that shit.
What if our mind was actually emanated from nature?
Yeah.
And we were actually one with nature.
Like, so there's an archetype that would like be a correlative kind of grounding for your DNA, your state of Earth.
It's like 70% water, and we're 70% water, and like you start looking at these different correlates. Like you look at the brain, and you look at like the solar system. You know, like the cells in the brain. So it's everywhere. You know, and like I said, my brain is fucking tired to go into all of it right now. But
it's such a highfalutin concept now. shit is just so fucking abstract. It's fucking hard to refer to things.
No, it really would take a minute though. You'd have to like actually go into like the foundations of what the fuck it even is.
Yeah, dude. But everything's
there's like a preamble fucking discussion that has to be had before you can even.
No, I'm
serious. Like when I say it's a long story, I'm serious. Like you have to have like a foundational understanding. Okay, well here's the terminology, and here's the system, and the system. You know, if anyone who studies like the Kabbalah or whatever the other shit, like you have to have a whole understanding of a whole other world in order to fucking make sense.
Or at least be open-minded, which I think.
Like, well, see, the Kabbalah is a good example because it can be used for anything, and that's kind of the point. It's like the filing cabinet of experience. You could put pagan gods,
words that are
mechanic gods, whatever the fuck on the tree of life. It doesn't matter. It's a system of patterns. I mean, that's basically what. Everything is just like patterns of energy.
People hear Jesus, people hear Yeshua, and they think, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Okay, so like the words that you use are probably the only thing that you really have to try to curtail around. And if you ever just come across any of those, that's it, man. Just kind of address it as you approach it. But a lot of these words are redundant words that are just particular to a particular, belief structure or line of thinking. That's why there's people like John Vervaeke, man. He does a lot of Platonic verbology. I like Platonic verbs. Anyway. But hit us with it, man. Hit us with it.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons I try to keep one foot in science. Just so I can't get out there in the intangible.
On Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious, then.
Yeah. That's another thing that kind of fits right into
scientific theories.
Because that's the fucking outside world is a reflection of the inside. That's what people keep yelling about what's going on outside. It's like, yes, it's all true, but it's ultimately because people refuse to face their fucking shadows and take responsibility for their actions. That's why I was saying you give the enemy too much credit and power, Kill and Go. That's why I was saying that.
I'm still not following it, but
the outside world is a reflection of a collective fucking shadow of humanity.
Yeah, I've been bringing that up a lot, that you can take the occultist Mark Stavish talking about egregores, the biologist talking about Morton Field, Rupert Sheldrake, and then the psychologist Carl Jung talking about collective unconscious, and it's all the same thing. I mean, we could just jump right into paganism, talking about household spirits and things like this. It's all the same subject. Different way of looking at it.
We could do that.
Is that like in Buddhism, you have the Bodhi tree that Buddha meditated under until he achieved enlightenment. You have the Yggdrasil, the world tree, in Norse mythology, and of course you have the tree of life in Kabbalah. It's really interesting seeing a lot of that same symbolism in other systems.
And the tree
is that how we attribute anything that's supernatural, or?
See, that's one of the penultimate subjects is the tree and the serpent.
We've got Sing Wang Mu, the Queen Mother of the West, who sits at the base of the tree.
No, it's never ending. This is one of the meta themes that I've been trying to get across. Yeah, it's everywhere. The fucking serpent was on the goddamn cross in early Christianity. I'm not kidding. It's been revered for 70,000 years. Okay, with Venus, they were all the Venetian.
You're saying like an earlier.
They were close. Okay.
All right, folks, I'm gonna hop off the chat. I hope y'all have a good night.
You too, man. For blessings.
Thank you.
Hey, that's something that tripped me out as I came across a story about. And he turns into a serpent.
Odin's a dark god, man.
He goes into a house, steals the soma, and then turns into a bird and flies away. It's like it's the Hamsa Saham mantra played out in the story.
What was that story about? Just how he's just stealing people's kids, man?
No, he's getting the soma. Some dwarves had made soma.
A drink.
In a cauldron, yeah, like the mead of poetry or the drink of enlightenment. And he's trying to get it back.
What's up, Sage? Vicky?
He turns into a serpent. He goes into the house, takes the soma, turns into a bird, an eagle, and flies away.
I heard Odin, for a drink that gave him wisdom, traded his eye. Is that?
Well, it was more that he got the runes. He sacrificed his eye into the well of Mimir, which that kind of is the drink of wisdom. And then from there, he pulled up the rune.
Oh, okay.
Dude, there's a guy in Israel right now that they think is the Messiah.
For real?
Yeah. This is what I'm trying to tell you, dude. These people are fucking crazy. And they want to bring the Messiah. Like, this shit is not ancient history.
The first one that comes about would inevitably have to be the Antichrist by their own book, man. So.
And you get into beer. Esau. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say it.
What?
I'll start an Odyssey. I have an Odyssey though.
Yeah, that's something I've been trying to kind of make a mental list of lately. Like,
you need to come on my Odyssey.
What really is like? If there was like a treasure chest at the end of the occult game, full of all like the best things you get out of it, what would those things be? I think of one like the creation of the immortal body. That's one of the top prominent occult pieces of knowledge.
I don't even think that would be that good, man.
Another one he was just saying is language. So many of these traditions are about getting to that primal language. Everybody wants to know what was that original language of creation. That's such a common theme amongst all these occult practices or traditions. So I've been trying to like put together a list. What are the top prizes? As you could make a list of like 5 or 3.
Absolute control of your reality, dude. Absolute control. Not absolute control, because that'd probably be a little disgusting, I think. But yeah, a relative.
I agree.
Some power level to have like
people do. But
I agree. We could call that awareness, and awareness is absolutely one of the prime subjects in occultism. You gotta have that awareness. So I would say that would fit as one of those gems in the treasure chest.
Philosopher's Stone, bro. That is a big one. Turning any material substance into anything else you want. But that's like a magic like control of your reality anyway.
Yeah, I mean that kind of is metaphoric for having complete control.
Yeah. But is that really the end game? I think the end game is really about not just getting to some level of like actual supernatural achievement like that. Yes, you got to get there. Like that's kind of part and parcel to it. But I think it's really about the alchemical adventure and journey process getting from A to B. I think that's really like the ultimate reward. It's where like experiential contrast in like real deep understanding of like the internal machination things can be derived from, because you just get this very synthesized kind of reason why as to why there was such a high contrast yield. And you then ground within yourself by the nature of experience. Like when you do electroshock therapy or any kind of like Pavlovian kind of stimulative therapy to try and train yourself, that is the same fundamental premise, just with like negative reinforcement, where experiential gains toppling over into future aspects of every little thing that you could possibly carry with into the future. You know, that's probably like the biggest thing, and why people like us might be soul searchers in the beginning is because we've in our past maybe been more successful across potentially, you know, multiple lifetimes. You know, like, hey, you know, I'm used to shit, like by the time I get to like 40, 50 years old, like I'm used to carpets flying under my feet and fucking crazy mystical bullshit popping off. You know, like what is this? I feel like there's almost like a sense of lack to the mystical and fantastical in life.
Yeah. And there's so much mysteria to it as well, and so much of the, well, I mean, I would go so far as to say that the supernatural is the natural seen correctly, seen clearly, seen lucidly. The natural is the supernatural seen through a veil. They are the same.
Yeah, like what makes supernatural dramatic is its relative appearance, though, man.
It supplants it somewhere else, and I think that's a mistake. I think that the natural is the supernatural, and I think that the spirits are earth energies. That's my. I even think that the Goetia is.
Have you heard of 0 point energy before?
I'm just going by my experience. I don't think that it. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think it's to scare people, and it's to keep them away, and it's to, yeah. I'm gonna start off with talking about it. And people with deranged minds will probably see exactly that, and they'll have a Christian experience. The demon will try to get them. Right. Because we manifest what the fuck we, you know, so if you go in and you have an idea.
We narrate it to ourselves
take your
based
soul.
on those things, man.
And, well, what's crazy is I was raised, like, you know, Roman Catholic / fucking evangelical. And if anyone's seen my older, like, I'm about Jesus. I'm still about Jesus. I make it very clear. So yet I'm still in black magic. Try to wrap your head around that, because I'm still trying to. Okay.
They don't seem
something obviously profound happened to me for that to be possible. Is what I'm saying. Because I've never been religious. No.
It's not that profound. It's as profound as not just believing in a book that you can evidently say for yourself was not written by Jesus, who is the man, the myth, the legend, the fucking shit everything's about, and it's all predicated upon his, like, doing mystical things, and the only thing we have to really say to ourselves is to look around this thing, right, is to really say, is like, if this many people are talking about Jesus because he did this, that, and the other, if we're letting them get away with saying he walked on water, he cured the blind, he did other miraculous things, if we're letting that be the narrative, and this many people agree to it, there's got to be a kernel of truth to it. You know, that's all I can personally say. And then you look at the parables and you meditate. Yes, meditate on the very few things you can almost certainly say did come from Jesus, and then you realize, like, okay, he's the Son of God. We're his brothers and sisters. He's drawing relationships with the people of the time. We're too stupid to see it. He's trying to say he's not God. We're all God. And when we're all able to see clearly enough for the fact of what that really means to us, because right now it doesn't mean we're that special, but it means we're capable.
How should we pray? What shall we do? What feast shall we observe? And he's saying, love thy neighbor as thyself. He's saying you're making it too complicated. He said, I have meat for you, but you can't handle milk. He's being polite. Think about what that really means.
Yeah. He's trying to say,
he's saying you're babes. You can't handle weight. You cannot bear it. I have so much to tell you. Think about it like this. I have so much to tell you, friend. I had this experience, man. You gotta hear me, man. I had this experience with this spirit, and it told me about this divine love, and it told me about this understanding and how we're all connected. And just, like, think about that. All right? And he's meditated on that experience after he's had it. And he came to an understanding that he's one for everything, and we're all one. Okay? And everybody's actions affects everybody else. And there's all this fucking terrible shit that's going on, and there's this whole system of control. And we're all being divided against each other by these laws that have been created by the vain imaginations of man, he called it. And, he says these people know God, but they're scribes and Pharisees. They stand at the gates and they don't go in, nor do they allow anyone else in. That's what he says.
Sounds so good when you say it to hear it. Just to hear it. Everything
I don't know where this shit comes from either.
It's so good.
But I just know it's fucking real.
Yeah. Because you know it's the fucking truth. Because
it's fucking real, bro. It's
about every institution today. Say about every institution.
The Sanhedrin exists, the Talmud exists, the Noahide laws exist.
All he's saying is exactly how they're a hypocrite. He's just writing it out. You do this and then you do this. Therefore, you're a piece of shit.
You claim to be high and mighty and love the Lord. He says, He said, you call me Lord, Lord, I've done these things in your name. I've cast out demons. He says, depart from me. I never knew you workers of iniquity.
I'm iniquity.
Iniquity. Look that one up. Actually, you know what? That's a word that I need.
Is it I-N-I or I-N-E-Q?
That word might need to come back, actually.
I was mentioning some people working in the background. One of the things we're working on is picking up off of the old DKMU project. You remember that? The Ellis sigil and all that? Some of it was an attempt, kind of going off that same idea that the world's fucked up because there's just no magic in it anymore. Everything's dull as shit.
Yes.
And some of it isn't just incorporating that old sigil to pick up on whatever energy's left of it, from that working, and trying to ramp that up again, just get that generally magic atmosphere going, so these things actually do start to have more of an impact. They're doing other stuff like trying to hijack Wojaks and use infamous egregores and stuff like that. Manipulate the woke. There's all kinds of crazy shit going on behind the scenes.
So iniquity, I is immoral or grossly unfair behavior. It's no wonder when a word like that falls off.
Pretty fucking clear definition, huh?
Yeah, but when a word like that falls off common speech, no wonder why it becomes so fucking prevalent everywhere. You know, like people aren't even thinking in that term.
Iniquity.
Have you seen the Sweeney Todd before?
That means he didn't. They didn't like steal a candy bar. Yeah. And yet they're claiming to be. So he's telling you. This is who these people are. He says they clean the outside, but inside they're full of dead man's bones. They're a den of vipers. Go. It's all through. He'd be trying to say something, and it'd be like the Jews they want to kill him. We gotta go. Literally, that's what it said. That's in the Holy Word.
All true today, man. We could go out with that message right now and preach that, man. And every word of it would be true. We could sit there and point out the hypocrisies of, and exactly what you were, speaking to about our society as a whole, man. Like you're saying, the institution predicates upon these grounds, but it doesn't actually fulfill any of their duties or obligations, or live by the.
That's why I say it's a fiction. Exactly. It doesn't actually operate. It has an obsolescence. It's a mirage.
Right out there.
You can have 100 rights, but if you can't exercise any of them, they don't really get you too far. Donate to a whole bunch of charities, but if the money switches hands before it gets there,
Yeah. 9/10 of it goes to operating costs, so the kids,
You don't gotta understand conspiracy, you gotta understand criminal fucking cartels and shit like that, and how it operates. It's really simple. Look at the Antarctica. They're one of the most powerful. Yeah, exactly. No one knows about it because they were invisible for centuries. They're not invisible now. They're absolute fact. Every mainstream outlet will proclaim their existence, no issue. But for hundreds of years, they didn't exist. And they're global in reach, and they still exist. Now we know they exist. So the fucking idea that no one could ever. You heard of the Thuggy? They killed people for centuries. No one knew they existed either. So it doesn't really matter who they are, what their name is, the names and the faces. The fact is that there are groups of people that have existed for centuries that people have not known about, that have committed global level subterfuge and fucking assassination and ideological subversion and what a damn clue. Had countries under complete terror, and this is history. You don't need a conspiracy.
I believe it, dude.
Only your day.
You gotta sell it to me.
Off subject, but you happen to know anything about the Samothrakian mystery?
What is that?
It's something really hard to dig up information on. Anybody who knew about it, I figured Doc might.
I didn't hear quite what you said.
The Samothrakian mystery.
Samothrakian?
Yeah, there's like in the Greek Isle, they there was, I forget all the names of the different mystery schools they had there. One of them is Samothrakian or Samothracian. I'm not sure. I think
Thracian?
Yeah, maybe.
Samothracian sounds like a word I might have heard.
It's on one of the Greek isles.
Do you know how to spell it?
Samothrace. I can't remember that.
Samothrace? Mystery cult?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Secret rites of Samothrace. Archaeologists have found evidence of a mystery cult dating at least as early as the 17th century BC within the sanctuary of Samothrace. Map.
Yeah, I got on into that going down the Hyperborean wedding.
They keep that lock and key. I know a little bit, but like you say, I may have come across. I feel like there may have been something, but I can't remember.
It has to do with the hero's gamos.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and there's actually like an older version of it too, and that's what
right. What I'm getting at is I think this thing was huge and like continent wide was a ancient sacred marriage ceremony that was practiced.
Yeah, and there was like a precursor to it. Like there was an older version. I'm trying to remember. I think it connects to Orphism.
Because there's an author, I don't want to say his name because of the alcohol demon, but from South America, who was an occultist. He's named after a pepper, and his name is not Miguel Habanero. That gives you a clue.
Okay.
Anyway, he gets in deep into this, what he calls the Hyperborean wedding, and talks about this ancient ceremony that was practiced, like across the continent. And when I read something like that, I'm like, wow, it's a fantastic story, bro, but there's like zero evidence of that. But as I've gone through, I've actually found little bits and pieces following that trail that, yeah, there was, because the Greeks tell a story. I forget who the guy is, one of the Greek writers. He talks about these three Hyperborean women who are coming down in some long tradition they're upholding, and they're bringing something like some ceremonial objects with them as the gifts for, I guess, the wedding. But if you, Miguel Serrano talks about the island of Helgoland, and said it was the god Forseti and the goddess Forseta, and they were the sacred husband and wife. And this was the island of the sacred marriage, like the capital of this global ceremony. So if you kind of make a trail, start from there, and then take this Greek story about these Hyperborean women coming down, they're heading right down to these islands where they had this heroes gamos, this sacred marriage mystery cult, and it all just, you can make a map of it, and it like all starts to fit together.
Dragons.
So that's why I get to the end of that road, and it's like I'm right at the Samothrakian mysteries, and we just got this little skeleton of archaeological evidence. I know there's a smith involved, the smith god involved in it, and that's very relevant because we find the other smith god stories very related to marriage as the subject content of the story. That's kind of where I am on that mystery. And of course, this all fits into Samuel L. Moore's Perfect Matrimony.
Yeah.
He talks about that also. Yeah, it's been a hell of an adventure trying to trace all this information down. That's about where I'm at with it. bits on that where I'll verify stuff too, because I was like, where's my
where's the intrigue coming from exactly? Like, what do you think you'll discover? Like, what's this?
Well, I mean, to me, this is like very real because me and my wife are very invested in this. We take our marriage as part of this sacred marriage event. It kind of goes back to what you were talking about earlier, like what is mundane and what is sacred. It's like everything's sacred. People just don't look at it. They're seeing what is sacred as mundane. And that's the message I've been trying to get out to people. You've got to learn to see the sacredness in the seemingly mundane. So, like for us, our marriage is our religion. It's the center point of our religion. Everything from there expands out. So, I guess for me, it's just we're living it as a living practice. It's bearing a lot of fruits. As far as just building an ideal relationship, and it's a healthy environment to be in. And then just having all this historical evidence to back it up and kind of, I guess once we start to learn these stories, it's inspirational. Like Whalen the Smith, he makes this flying contraption and flies away, but they never finish the story. But if you kind of extrapolate, he's flying back to get to his swan ring. And so it was all about love. So that's why I'm digging into this, because we come up with all these stories and it gives them a lot of depth and relevance and meaning. And just as it did in the pagan days, these stories actually enhance their life and become real because we live it.
I had a trip on a particular drug, man. It made me think that everything that was ever done becomes relevant again just by the virtue of the way frequency or energy works. You just down to the detail as to what the rose is or what the leaves were, everything. They become some co-reflective significance at a level that is just profound. So but I got the impression you perhaps might be trying to see what the gifts were, if they were maybe artifactive or something, or suggestive of something else as well.
Well, I'm certainly curious about it. I think there's a lot more to it than just that. What the significance of the gifts was. I don't think they ever say. It mentions some ritual. It says for many years later that the women of that mystery cult, they would take a piece of their hair, a lock of their hair, and twist it around a stick, and they would plant that stick at the grave of the. This whole thing starts with these Hyperborean women were killed by someone on their way to deliver these gifts. They were murdered, and because of that, they changed the tradition to where instead of these ambassadors making this long journey, it was more of one tribe passes the gifts to the next tribe, and then the next tribe all the way down to this area in Delos and Samothrace and things like that.
Yeah, you ever seen the Golden Compass, Subtle Knife, and those 3 books by Philip Pullman before?
No, I haven't.
Well, they were artifacts, but they were profound artifacts from a scientific time or era, man. I could imagine it being some shit like that is all, man. That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it doesn't explain what's in there. But anyway, it talks about some ritual where they twist their hair around a stick and they put the sticks in the grave site of where these Hyperborean women were buried. Just the honor.
They were assassinated if they're carrying high valuable equipment.
But I was kind of, I was calling it semi-provable, looking found that one story, the Hyperborean woman, and that just kind of connected all this stuff together for me. That was the link that really made it look like what some of these occultists are claiming it was. But there's little details too, like he talks about the god Forseti being the god of the island of marriage. And in digging into that, I found out the etymology of Forseti is actually the same as the god Poseidon. And then looking into the name of the god Poseidon, his name means the husband, particularly the husband of the earth. So that makes perfect sense that a god related to a god named the husband would be the god of the island of marriage. I found a lot of little points of confirmation like that, because when I read the original source of it, he doesn't give any sources. He's just saying it. As a matter of fact.
So caught on trying to unravel thread that just eventually just pulls the whole curtain off the fucking charade.
It's probably idealistic, but I think on a grand scale too, if I can, the more I can information about this I can get, where I can present it as something that makes it apparent that there was this sacred tradition, and kind of get that idea back into people. You look at society and think about this, the gender wars and all this stuff, and relationship problems only getting worse. I think if something like this was,
like people will just
people could understand it and start to incorporate it and absorb some of this stuff and apply it to their own life, it could really have a positive effect on the future.
Like the Bible has made the new qualifying standard for mystical truth, the appearance of mystical phenomenon. It's like, unless I'm seeing it, unless you have hard evidence of it, it's not a fucking reality. And it's not significant because of that.
Yeah, I hate that it's created like a standard that if it's real, it isn't miraculous. Like if I can see it, then...
Well, that was the standard of... It became its own, and maybe that's the problem of having a Messiah to begin with, but it became its own golden seal of evidence and certification of the reality of the fact. And it's like, unless you're breaking through to that level, which nobody seems to be able to produce realistically, or at least unwilling to publicly, but unless you're somehow able to reproduce magician-like feats like Jesus did, nobody's even trying to hear it. It's like
right. Yeah, I got a lot of things to say, and if I could fucking levitate, people would probably listen.
That's gotta be a t-shirt, bro. I was thinking, the real movement is actually an army of people who go on their Jesus-like journeys of self-discovery of their connection with God, and what that really means, and what the responsibilities are and significance are, having that kind of power really is, and giving them rights. But I felt like that would actually be the second coming, or the 144,000 before mentioned in the Revelations book. I thought it'd be an army of people like that. And then I had this thought come across my mind, dude. What if the 144,000 are this required number of people to have in order to have a perfect person like Jesus or Yeshua? You have to have 144,000 archetypal, refractal kind of degrees of, relative contrast to draw from to at least form one perfect person.
Yeah.
And then maybe in the forming of the perfect person, they became perfect because they were able to emulate from their derivative component that played a part in that. They're able to somehow extrapolate outward into their own, and then realize their own Christ-like consciousness as a result of that. And maybe, that's who they are.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I use what I call a chain of relatability. Have you ever heard of something, I guess, among Abrahamists and Platonists, people, they call it can't think of the word right now, but like a chain of descendants or something like that. I guess where you have like the original creator at the very top of this thing, Abraham and Case Yahweh or whatever is up there, and then below that, the higher.
All right. Well, they're still discussing and having a good conversation. I'm here just to break in and say, what's up? I hope everyone is having a good night. I'm happy that I don't have to be using my voice tonight. I give my voice a break. And that's why I like when Doc takes over and he brings in his people from his chat and they start discussing and talking. It makes the show very interesting. And I am broadcasting it live on my Mind Over Your Matter. The link to Doc's channel is in the chat. And also, please subscribe, leave a like. And it's pretty peaceful over here. You can chat over there too. It doesn't matter which one you go to, but here you get the look. You get to see me. And I put their video on the side like this. I'll put them like this. I'm here. This is me on the top right corner. That's my symbol. So I'm in the show. And they've been talking for a good minute, so let them talk. I come in when I'm needed. So we'll go ahead and bring the volume back up so you guys could continue listening to the show.
Theory of relativity, which works in one situation, and then quantum theory, which works in another situation, but we just can't quite get these theories to all work together coherently at the same time. And that's where this whole idea of wanting, that goal of getting a theory of everything, one theory that explains it all, has become a big prize to reach for. But Chris Langan is unique in that he imposes the idea, the concept of God into his mathematical theory of everything. And according to him, only if you put that concept of God in there can there be a theory of everything. Otherwise, there's always going to be incoherent part. Now, I'm just scratching the surface on it. This is some complex, deep shit, so I don't begin to understand it, but that's what he claims about it. But it is pretty interesting, some of the subjects we get into. And he's kind of interesting himself because he's a bit of a loose cannon. He'll get into UFOs and poltergeist and all kinds of subjects. He's not afraid of that.
I love those topics.
Something to him, at least.
I'm into that poltergeist energy.
Don't mind.
He's the guy. They claim he's like the world's smartest person. He was just working like a normal job and wasn't even really that concerned about shit like this. And he just started. One day, somebody decided to check his IQ because he seemed really smart.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "Holy shit! I think we made a mistake here. You got to come back and do it again." He came back and did it again, and they don't even have an IQ test that can accurately say exactly how high is that. Off the charts.
Yeah, that's why they're fallible, man. You can't contain a thought. You can't conceive of yourself. So the IQ tests are only as smart as the people that make them, and those people aren't that fucking smart to begin with.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And what's funny is they tout him as the world's smartest man. He seems to not give a shit about IQ or think it's really all that big a deal.
Exactly.
I wonder, being that smart, I wonder how much it brings him in. Being the smartest man in the world.
Audacity and disagreeableness will make you way more money than intelligence ever will.
Actually, it turns out he's the second smartest person in the world because they found out some woman actually had a higher IQ than him. But nobody knows about her because she's completely uninterested in any of this shit and just wants to be left alone. She might really be the smartest woman in the world.
Yeah, now that's why.
She already got it figured out, man.
Well, my bad, guys.
Mm-hmm.
I think something interesting he gets into, he talks about the danger zone of IQ. And that it's a phenomenon of higher IQ people that they get used to in their small town situation, like being the smartest person on the block.
Mm-hmm.
And then it carries over to where they always assume they're right and stop even checking, and then they just become outright delusional.
You know, I don't know why it's the personal IQ test anyways. I thought that maybe when you have a certain degree of understanding and deep down yourself, I thought the IQ test was some kind of a test to compare you with other people. See what could be suitable for you, what jobs or what's suitable for you or not. I thought maybe IQ testing was bad.
It's really got to do with pattern recognition.
Yeah.
I love people, but it's just that I've been brainwashed a lot to believe in some of that stuff, and it's dark foreshadowing around it because of that. I'm sure all that. Because I'm like why I'm saying that because the way my parents raised me in Christianity, just to be where I'm at today, kind of happy, but like I was explaining to Rick sometimes, I want to get out in the world, but because of my condition, things I was lying about, Rick's saying what it's saying, then church chickens, I don't like things in writing for my opportunity. Not that my God is going to write about me, it's just that I feel feeling terrible because, I worked hard my life I don't know what's the purpose for an IQ test anyways. I know I'm not the smartest person in the world. I'm not know-it-all, but a test is just to evaluate your weaknesses. And you do it like do this job and shit. I only want to do rest and game on. People don't ask me so much about me being handicapped and disabled. And next thing I know, it's just my laziness and Brian. But anyways, I don't want to get off topic, talk about something totally different, so I'm just going to put on mute and listen to the guys because, I love learning something. Yeah, that was another interesting point that he made about the whole IQ test thing. He was like, you can have somebody that thinks very slowly but has very structured thought. And you can have somebody that thinks very quick and has scattered thoughts. You put them both on an IQ test and they'll both get the same low score. But at the end, the person that was thinking slow but structured will end up with the right answer to the question. Right. What does it really matter? It doesn't. It's not a very accurate thing. I mean, it's a rough indicator of how well someone will do at something, mental. But
brain speed also has a lot to do with. Excuse me. I've done a lumosity while smoking weed versus while not smoking weed, and my brain speed while smoking weed is literally half. Literally half. But my ability to calculate and premeditate is probably, it hits into the 98th percentile of people on the website. And also, my situational awareness goes up dramatically. They have this rotating maze, and I'll just doesn't matter if they're spinning it constantly. I don't care. I understand my orientation. I've rooted into the concept I'm anchored to so sufficiently, and I feel like smoking weed has always kind of provided some kind of epiphany-like realization for me. And that's really what's kind of drawn me to smoking. What's made me a habitual user of it is that I always feel like it's somehow stimulating my psychological perception of things in a way that's actually productive.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, I used to skate and ride mountain bike a lot. And it was just such a noticeable difference. Smoke some weed before it, because I would get right in that zone. And if I didn't have it, it's not that I couldn't have fun skating, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get to that point where I felt like it was pulling me instead of me pushing. And every time I would smoke weed, it would just put me right in the flow, I guess they call it.
Yeah. But I've noticed, when I start working in fast-paced environments and stuff like that, it's inhibitive of being able to process lots of different bits of information. For the amount that you can process, I feel like you see it to new depths. You kind of, you really hang with the energy, and you, earlier we were saying how we need to find the magic in every moment. Weed is the closest thing that's got me like that. If there has ever been a thing, it's been smoking weed. It's because
another one for me, a big one was I used to do a lot of trail walk, and a lot of times barefoot, and really just slow walking, letting my feet really sink into the soil while I'm walking.
Also, it's good to be doing that slow because it's very delicate. You probably don't wear out your feet hardly at all.
And I've had, times in my life where I didn't smoke and times when I did, and I'm so much more inclined to get out there and just be in nature, breathe it in when I've got it than when I don't. I don't even think it's that bad for your health, but whatever bad it is, marijuana's not bad for your health, but when you smoke it back to back with other substances, that's what makes marijuana start. I don't want to mix marijuana with tobacco because then you're going to get a split in panic and cause some injuries. People smoke marijuana to heal up, to speed up the process and to relax and mellow out. Some people use it for therapeutic. Some people smoke it medicinally. It all depends how you apply marijuana in your life to make your life.
I define all things in terms of relationships. And if you, like me, I sometimes look at the way I use it, and I think I use it in an abusive way. I don't think I'm using it in like a fun or occasional kind of habitualized, ritualized, before I do this, I do that, type stuff.
That's how I am with weed. That's how I'm with weed. See, I'm smoking the dragon, and I need to stop smoking my cigarettes for marijuana because marijuana is not helping me for one. The main reason why, because I'm a cigarette heavy smoker, and I want to quit cigarettes because cigarettes nicotine, negative effects. So I can smoke marijuana, which gives you positive effects, and you smoke something else on top of that's negative effects, and then now you got your chemicals all doing certain things, and next thing you know, your body breaks down. It's because you're just, being a thing, doping out, and if you're saying you're using it in a way,
Exactly.
Because marijuana is a gateway drug. Marijuana is a gateway drug, anyways.
I don't know if I would say that as much. I feel like there's
good for me.
Yeah, I don't feel like it. After I smoke so much of it, like I need to try to increase my high by smoking something else. I feel like I just need to take a tolerance break, if anything. Because there was a time where I'd take one hit and I would be captain gone off the kinds of stuff.
My brother would tell me that, my brother would say that to me all the time. There's always first bud pipes because people, some people think marijuana is bad, but smoking cigarettes is very bad. But like you said, it's all about your depending on marijuana. It all depends on what you smoke marijuana for. Is it because pressure, depression, depending on, things you want to use to turn your stuff. It's a generic drug, but some of them, it's just bad. It'd be bad if people smoke weed and meditate on hearing peace and love, but it's just that many people have different ideas correlating around the medicine plant. I just feel it's a gateway because people could trade it off for a different drug or
Now, I believe there's probably a huge self-therapeutic, thing component going on that probably I'm doing better than what the medical industry would have done for me just by smoking my weed and being choked by myself. I think there's probably definitely some of that going on. Because, like, if you go to a psychologist or a therapist or something, they literally can only put you on an insurance kind of program if they diagnose you with some shit. And not a single thing in those books is good to get diagnosed with. Like, you don't want to put any kind of trust, because it all is highly scarlet lettered in very kind of triggery, like coin terms that they use. And just about everything that they could diagnose you with, especially if you believe it, you'll walk around the rest of your life thinking, I have bipolar disorder or some stupid shit like that. When really it's a lot more complicated than that. and they just oversimplify it with their fucking scientific thesis of boiling it down and saying, oh, when this happens, we call it this. You know, like the word schizophrenia. Literally, you could call anyone who doesn't have a single perspective as to what's going on in reality a potential schizophrenic. Because what a schism is a division of parts among groups. And so you would have to be an asshole in the first place to feel so confident that you have a clear single point of view as to what's really going on in reality, because it is so much a matter of perception and things that you've never even been able to experience or have access to the information of. And so, like, what happens with people is they start supposing things. So I think this is going on. I think that's going on. And then they start getting frantic, or that's the second part of the word, phrenia, which means to act like as if you're under extreme duress and people might be out there to kill you, like government operatives. And so for the people who are supposing these potentials, they start acting that way. And it's nothing really more than someone having like a low level of salient resolution as to like what the values are in reality. Like if the government would ever really approach them, if they are that special, if they've ever actually done anything that is, you know, worth being followed by the government, or if you are capable of anything so special that the government would be like, you know, paranoidly watching. And a lot of people,
the government would be like, you know, paranoidly watching. And a lot of people fall into this whole delusion of grandeur, confirmation bias, because it's great to think that you would be so fucking special. The government would be spending a lot of time and money listening and hustling over your shoulder. But it's just a matter of sensationalism and poorly thought out concepts, man. And people just getting caught up in that shit. It's not really this like super interminable like fallacy of the brain that you can only correct with like hard medication. A lot of schizophrenics are people who just haven't thought things clearly through enough to safely break their own illusions of perception. And then everyone they talk to thinks that they just sound so crazy and potentially dangerous that they put them at greater than arm's distance, you know, socially speaking. And then they feel like the illusion gets bigger. You know, like once people start acting in a weird way around people who are potentially being declared schizophrenic, then they start, you know, linking in everyone who starts treating them differently into the illusion, of course. It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, because that's where that's where I'm at, and I'm trying to overcome that. I'm trying to overcome my schizophrenia, and sometimes I smoke weed to ease my mind off of my emotional worries about what my life's going to be like. I mean, right now I'm living with my brother as my caretaker because I'm on a supplemental Social Security income because my dad worked hard for me. But I'm not satisfied because it's not my money, and plus, you know, I don't need somebody being paid to take care of me. I want to take care of myself and live life the way I want to be confined. You know, if you know where I'm coming from, you know, I even expressed that to Rick, and he told me. But going on my brother, I asked him for $20 to get a new ID so I can start that journey. Because I want to fucking wait till he gets off his damn ass just to have a fucking measly $20 to get to where I need to get to. I don't want to live with my brother for my life. He's a good brother. You know, I love him, he loves me, but I just want to make him understand. I don't mean in certain areas of my life. I mean, maybe the fall on, you know, we do fulfill favors for each other, but I want to be with my girl. I want to have me a girl. I want, you know, to smoke good and live, and I want, you know, break my habits, and it's like when I put my past behind me and mop up that filth.
I
Milk
think
and
smoking makes it worse, man. Honestly, I think because like without the mental acuity of being sober and always being high, you constantly create low resolution conceptualizations of reality because you're like when I smoke, I very consciously notice myself cutting corners, taking things more easily, not stressing out about the details. And it's just when you have a collection of low resolution things coming together, like look through what they call like a spider's visual acuity, and it's like this whole realm of like blurry fucking hard to see shit. I actually have a really poor visual subscription, and so like when I take off my glasses, you can see the general shape of things, right? But
yeah,
you can't see anything in detail. Like if I look out at a car, I can't see if it's a 4x4, if it's a Ford, but I know it's a pickup truck. And that's what's happening with schizophrenics. I saw a guy outside, he had a shirt on and it looks like there was a badge under his coat. But you know, the badge wasn't a badge, it was actually a glinting gold chain from his fucking golden cross necklace that you like just caught the glint out of. And because the mind is just so looking for confirmation, validation. People in all my life, I've never met a person who has taken up a belief that they have, you know, not in all my life, people themselves believed as being true. You know, that people take on what they perceive to be true beliefs. And it's just a matter of are they really governing the belief soundly, you know, and are they able to, you know, speak for themselves and answer clearly for themselves when they ask themselves the question, do I really know this, or is this something that I just got like really carried away about? You know, and there are things that usually trigger people who are called schizophrenics, I should say it like that, to like I've had really synchronized experiences that have been so coincidental in nature they cause suspicion and just by the very nature of how they happen. And then something like that will lead you to look around and then you see a guy over your shoulder with glasses on with what looks like an earpiece, and he probably didn't even have an earpiece, you know, but you just conjure it up in your mental image. Detectives say all the time how terrible people are at remembering details. Oh yeah, I saw the guy was in like a gray van. There's a red car. Like they would get totally misconstrued stories.
because they don't know about their cars and they don't know the miles and everything because their mind's not caught up
Psyche.
into it.
That's the fucking human psyche. Yeah, you just nailed it. Like they're somehow more concentrated on the value of the robber than they are the material reality of the car, that the misremembering just gets totally carried away, and
Right.
they think they're being helpful, but they're just pulling shit out of their ass, dude.
Yeah.
People's like our mental faculties are not that good at actually regurgitating and memorizing information, especially when we're consuming marijuana and fucking alcohol, dude. Especially.
Yeah. Because you're altering your chemicals in your body and your mind, and it's trying to.
One thing for me is if I keep up with like all my daily exercises and meditations and things, I can have stuff like that around and it doesn't faze me. If I slip off of that stuff like that around, then I can get stuck in a rut. But I think that kind of goes to the you can't just take something away because you create a void. It's got to be.
It has to be replaced with something more valuable.
I try and keep that space filled.
Yeah.
With the positive, and there just isn't any room for it to drag me down.
I would say absolute abstinence is a form of disempowerment, though. Like, and that's the biggest reason why I have a hard time going just cold turkey, cutting it out of my life, is because I feel like I don't like to think in terms of being an addict. I like to think in terms of being irresponsible. And I think that if I was responsible, no one would ever even think about calling me an addict or even having a complaint to file about it, because that would be right time, right place kind of usage, where people who would form negative opinions wouldn't even be in the privy of or have access to. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
I mean, I've gone several years without it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I can contrast both, and I mean, it's there's good things about not having it in my life, and there's also good things about having it in my life. One thing I think about the years when I didn't, I would get so caught up in research, and like I became so cerebral. It was actually starting to like negatively affect my health.
Not having it?
No, just that during that time, I can think that like was studying stuff. I would sit there. I would kind of get on these little synchronicity trails and studying where like one thing was just revealing itself after another, and I would do that shit for like 12 hours straight, just nonstop, going like a maniac. Just but I just became so mental, and I feel like I started to get stuck in that. And then recently, I've started using it again pretty mildly, but I feel like it's knocked me back down and slowed me down to a good pace. Actually, I needed it to drop my energy down a little bit from the way I was going.
I feel that too. I feel like it really allows me to come into what would look most like my natural step without being a neurotic fucking, self-concerned, overly trying to please people kind of self. Like I feel like it gives me just enough of the don't give a fuck attitude to actually be more authentic in like not conversation, interpersonal relationship. But I also noticed
I have a fully I don't give a fuck attitude.
Yeah.
It's an evolved form, yeah.
Yeah. You've broken
But it's
through.
not like I don't give a fuck in some like arrogant, malicious like type way. It's just like I don't allow it to affect my reality. You know what I mean?
No,
That's how it's always kind of been, though. It's kind of like you're free to, have whatever opinion or framework that you have, but I'm free to have mine too, and I'm free to not give a shit about your, you know what I mean? Like, like I respect your ability to have any opinion you choose, but I also
It's so bad. Like someone will ask me a question, I'll be thinking 3 steps ahead of them. I'm like, oh, this is what you really mean, right? I'm like always so badly concerned about it.
Well, it's just there are people who want to understand you, and there are people who want to go out of their way to not understand you. They and it's because they haven't done their own self work. And so they're just.
I would put it this way: it's all about the mold and mentality of the individual.
There's
what he wants in his reality, or something that's bothering him, and he doesn't know what it is, and that let's say it's a matter of supporting a family or just want to get out somebody's life, and that thing just goes over his head where he doesn't want to care and just going Pay back to me for brothers.
Well, it comes down to like treating others how I would want to be treated. You know, I would treat what other people say with the same kind of importance and specialness that I treat the things that I hold, you know, valuable, worth saying to others. And I realize maybe the boundary I need to figure out is actually, and this will probably help me come into clearer understanding with grander, you know, spiritual, physical concepts, is maybe I, with myself, am too permitting, too ready to raise upon a pedestal any new idea I either conjure up or come across, or are willing to take as much. And I need to actually just kind of remeasure that process and kind of figure, you know, that's actually where the issue is coming from. It's not because I'm overvaluing what other people are saying. I'm just overvaluing like what is the potential new information which would either validate me or take me further. And so I'm either getting led astray because if it's new information, I portend it as being true. You know, I'd like to think people aren't just giving me nonsense bullshit when they talk to me. So I really try hard to see if maybe there's a meaning deeper than what I might have initially heard, and really reflect on their words. But maybe I'm just wasting my time, you know, and I need my own better salience kind of landscaping of information.
Well, that's why I fact check myself, because I know that that's the fucking vast majority. And so it's like, look, man, I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you my opinion, and I'm going to let you figure out what you can make of it. But here's the fucking sources. You know, I never just start running my mouth. Like, I really do back the shit up that I talk about. Like, and it's because I'm not trying. Because this is the thing. I don't want
is that what
to come back and
Jesus,
say,
man? Is that what
I
we
don't
say?
want any, I don't
Where's
want
your
any,
source material, man? Let me see
what?
the references, man. You are
For
the
what?
light, the
You'd
truth.
be surprised
the
what I
way.
have sources on.
No,
what
I'm
are you?
saying,
What are you talking about?
would we say that to Jesus if he came back, or if we
Dude,
were there when he first came?
Jesus, I have source materials from the 2nd century of Jesus calling on the aeons and fucking lighting incense and calling the corners and shit.
So doing the magic is that's the source material. Okay, I like it. Good answer.
Well, I'm just saying, dude, like he talks about how the serpent in the garden, he sent it into the garden because Eden was a false paradise ruled by an insane God. That's what it says. Like, I don't know what the fuck needs to be any clearer than that.
Kind of cuts across like mental illness and I guess like creating internal dramas and things like that. For me, a big thing is being dedicated to something bigger than myself, more important than myself. I think that's the alleviation to a lot of these illnesses. I was talking about the sacred marriage. You know, for me, that you know,
call that faith, maybe.
When you look at you know, a lot of these Vedic teachers, they talk about the different yogas. You'll commonly hear people say, out of all the yogas, you know, you've got Raja Yoga, Jnana Yoga. Out of all these yogas, Bhakti, the yoga of devotion, is the most important. And for me, that's where it becomes real, because like I was talking about the sacred marriage. You know, that's the first place that I practice pure devotion, is to my wife in the sacred marriage. Because in my view, I mean, I can
That's
talk
so
about,
beautiful, man.
I can talk about I'm devoted to this being, and you know, that may be right or wrong, but I would say if you can't devote yourself to the one person right in front of you, which is the main event of your life if you're married. Marriage is the main event. They say all the world is stage, and this is the central thing of the act. So if you can't devote yourself in that,
Anybody else who thinks like that,
I don't think you could do it with anything else. So
Well, when you have truly sacred love, that's how you create a sacred fucking child. And
Right.
that's part of what the Immaculate Conception is and shit.
So then from there, I can take that and start to expand it out to things that are less,
that's
further
why
away in proximity.
that's why Master Samael did everyone needed to become a Christ. And this is kind of what I'm talking about too, on a more esoteric level. But I didn't want to confuse people because this shit gets really, really deep. But what I'm saying on the mundane level, using the Bible that everyone's heard, on an esoteric level, there's also obviously a much deeper meaning. There's a process, of becoming a Christ.
I'm not really up on
It has
the
to do
Bible
with
stuff.
what 7 is talking about. This sacred marriage that has been around in all of these ancient traditions from the beginning, really, that was kind of scrubbed from history.
I'm not really up on this Bible stuff, but my intuition tells me they might have had scrubbed a marriage story out of that Bible somewhere along the way.
Oh yeah, they did. Worse, they distorted it.
Yeah.
I heard the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid on the back of the almighty dollar was representative of the eye of loving admiration.
It's the eye of God.
And that's and only an eye,
Almighty God.
Only an eye looking upon an object with love can see it for what it truly is. And then you would and then this is what we look for in our relationships from people, because when someone with an eye of love for you is observing you, they then, with that information, do something that somehow makes you more fulfilled. It makes you more whole. And I think that's really the emphasis behind Christianity that I really liked, and I like to wax philosophically. Whenever 2 or more are present who believe me, I am also there, in God being the word and the passage of words between people. And so people meeting in the good spirit of whatever the kindred relationship of, truth seeking and discovery of God and what all that shit has to do with each other. We start getting inspirations from these divine sources within us as to maybe what we can say to ping pong off of each other, or instill within another an idea that helps the other get further along in their mystery, because we're only referencing patterns here, and it's up for each of us to understand the pattern being conveyed and pick apart something meaningful from it. As science has shown us, we're just tapping into the light and sound that reaches our vessel, and our brain is doing its own interpretive meaning of that. And the higher, or the closer to love, which is, in my opinion, real love, is the willingness to sacrifice yourself to support something, whether that's an object of reality, a person. The coming to fruition of living a life of, and even this is why I think psychopaths or sociopaths become supported, because the spirit behind all lives is living vicariously through us all. And while some of us suffer, some of us also live lives of probably heaven-like bliss, even on this planet here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why, if there was ever a reason as to why there is allowable suffering, on top of God being limited by the very virtue of the fact that it's probably sacrificed its conscious awareness to create reality, because we are some kind of derivative of that conscious awareness, somehow, being possessed by it, and or some other kind of similar kind of removed from the equation scenario you could imagine. But
Well, it's because love and fear are the same thing.
How's that?
It's a perspective. Fear doesn't exist. Think about it.
Love or fear is just a different place on
Fear
a
is the
circle.
deficiency of love.
Maybe.
It's not its own thing. It's a deficiency. You see what I'm saying? Now, I mean, when you say sacrifice, though, I do want to make one thing clear. If you you can't sacrifice yourself, because if you sacrifice yourself, you can't truly love. Self is above all.
I would say
but it's probably terminology, because terminology is a bitch.
Because it's like, if you were to make a sacrifice, then you're saying everything of my being is worth making sure your being continues on, and that is the ultimate expression you can possibly make. Man. I mean,
what's compassion?
What's compassion?
Complete passion.
I would say compassion is a passion that is shared among people. So we, like, if we had a passion for, achieving magic, you could say maybe that's a compassion shared among us.
No. Compassion is complete passion. It means to put everything into it.
But you don't have compassion for your own goals. You have compassion with other people for things.
Yeah, it sounds like extreme empathy.
Yes, Seven. Exactly what it is.
Alan Watts has that famous clip where he's like, so-and-so asked Bodhidharma, who are you?
But then at the same time, I have no empathy for those who stand in the way of that. And that's me acknowledging my shadow.
What?
I have no empathy for those who stand in the way of that.
Of what?
Meaning for those who are anti-life and are against that happening in the world. I don't necessarily want to send love to.
In the epochs at all, then it would be very practical for you to assume that you would have a hand in playing and helping other people find salvation. Because if end times prophecies are true, then the whole purpose of the shebang is to hopefully create enough souls that reach a high enough level of conscious awareness so that they would even at least be redeemable. Because there are people walking around that we can all agree are depraved enough that should not continue on to a better life. And perhaps there will be some kind of biblical rending of society so that the people who are actually good are, given a chance, because we are definitely under the thumb of some pretty fucking disreputable bullshit, dude. Like, what is going on is totally fucking crazy.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's their religion, man. Like,
I kind of view everything in terms of being dharmic or adharmic. One or the other.
Extrapolate on that, man.
Well, dharma is just means the way, which it's referencing something, and that's what they would call Rita, primordial truth, or just the truth itself. And I guess Dharma being the way, and I mean we can jump all over the place because you can go into like ancient Irish Celtic traditions, and they have these same different words but same meaning terms, and that's the primal truth, and then the way of that truth. Talk about Taoism. That's what the way. There's so many of these traditions, it boils right down to that.
When you put that filter on it, like, what does that do for you, man? Like, it doesn't. It's like forces of darkness or forces of light kind of interpretation, or
Well, I mean, it kind of fits with the, I guess, the devotion thing. I can look at just aspects of my devotion. I can say I'm devoted to my family and my marriage. Devoted to my nation. You know, a bigger family. And then beyond that, I would say just Dharma, the way of the truth. Now, I mean, there's something that we say the truth, but it doesn't mean like we actually have the truth. It's just an acknowledgement that there is primal truth, and in just the unfolding of reality itself, there is a way things work, and there's a way things don't work. And you know, there's a way if you work with the nature of reality that you'll have good results from it in health, and there's a way that you work against it, you're going to have bad results and poor health. You know, it's just a very basic understanding. Now, getting into the details of what exactly is the truth, and that's a whole other ball of wax. But it's, for me, I guess it sets that framing. Because if we just look out at the world today, like every serious problem we see, it all comes down to people's perception, people distorting truth. And I just think, in general, even with just a basic concept, if we more focused on that and had devotion to that concept, that it is the way of that primal truth that guides us, as something to have a common reference to. I think that's a lot of what our problems are. Is like people have all these little points where they center their right and wrong, and there's all these different crossovers, and they don't fit together, and it creates chaos. Something like that creates a center point where we can all say, okay, well, there's a starting point that everyone acknowledges and agrees that's the way. And
but it's hard to contain like what is the way when you like some people would say like a process of life that's natural that is a greater way is like the culling with the winter season, but that some people would also superficially say no, the way of life is summer. You know, that's when things are blooming.
Right.
It's like I feel like people would apply a shallow perspective on it, but I feel like you wouldn't. I think like because what people want is so base. It's so instant gratification. They want to feel good. They want to eat, orgasm, have luxury time. They want to, you know, do nothing but have the best of life. Like no one wants to suffer. No one ever wants to. But it seems to me that without an actual healthy dose of suffering, there is no pleasure. And if you are allowed to seek pleasure consistently, purely, for a long enough time, it will manifest in the form of suffering. And then you either turn that all the way upside down to the point where, you know, the board is flipped and there's no more game to play, or you eat your way through to the other side where old pleasurable, you know, obvious vices no longer sate you or the pleasure-seeking behavior. And you're now left with only potentially gaining that from some sense of like greater fulfillment in life, which is actually going to be way more difficult to achieve if you stay on that left-handed path of pleasure seeking and gratification, man. But I don't know. I guess that's just.
I mean, that's true. I know for me, you know, everybody puts in a hard work week, and you know, about towards the end of that week, you're like, God damn, I'm ready for this to be over. But I've had times in my life when I've been out of work for long periods of time, and that fucking sucks. To just not have that physical thing to go out and do every day, to go out and grind a little bit. That's so healthy for you. So I mean, I think some of that is just like maybe even like science and health can inform us on this stuff, because it really is healthy to work hard.
Yeah,
It's
but
just I think for us, it's just a matter of, is that going out and working hard conducive or destructive to our mental health? And in most cases, it's destructive to people's mental health. So that needs fixing.
we do it under the pretense it's necessary to survive, to put food on the table, and that it's even derived from just our natural relationship to the world. And so I think work is more often than not seen as an entrapment of slavitude for people. Like, we're not engaging with work, and it's an abstract relationship. Like, we engage with a menial, repetitive task that is unenjoyable to do, but because of that, we get a paycheck every so often. And then because of that paycheck, we can go to the store and buy the things that we want. And when it's not rubber meeting the road directly, if it's not you going out getting milk from the cow directly, it doesn't make sense to you. And even if going to the cow directly is a ridiculously much higher level of effort for you to actually get milk on a regular basis, you wouldn't question it as much because there's an immediate relationship. It's tacit to you, and it doesn't actually take more energy, and the energy values of what it takes to do it doesn't fucking change. Like, what your income can actually purchase you is on an ever-shifting landscape. And economics is just so fucked and so distorted and so lining the pockets of the corrupt that I think society at large, or especially men who are disadvantaged in this game, are really very disenchanted, dispassioned, and pissed off. And I think the real concern with the CIA right now, and what even the efforts of China and some of our global partners would be right here, is to somehow create an internal disruption by creating such poor circumstances for the people by relative contrast. And then they use propaganda machines, selectly positioned politicians to either sublimate or run a narrative. And next thing you got people sitting in echo chambers, just getting super hyped up, thinking the world's just going to hell in a handbag, and they're not going to be the last one. They're going to get started early. People look around and they can see this, man. Like, it's a highly irresponsible level of public political narrative going on, and the government is basically being run, I think, under treasonous conditions, man. And I wish something got done about it, man, entirely. But I know that if we were
really
to
particular. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
if we were to do anything crazy, the last thing, like society itself or civilization itself would erode. Like, we have to take the civilized approach. It needs to be debated, negotiated, proven in the court of law, kind of shit. And who has that together, or who could even mount that kind of battle?
Right. I mean, it's very particular to me, but the Smith god, Wayland Smith, is the central masculine theme, a deity in my practice. So for me, it's, I guess, like, work is just such a it really is. It goes right back to that, making everything sacred in the seemingly mundane. Like, when I go to work, I'm embodying Wayland the Smith, and that is the story of Wayland the Smith. He gets, well, actually, any of these Smith gods stories, Hephaestus of the Greeks, there's a similar theme that they start off in some really bad, difficult circumstance. Like, Wayland gets his Achilles' heel sliced and put in a dungeon to work for a wicked king. And the way they always get out of it is just hammering away, just pure hard work and creativity to get themselves out of that situation. It's always they use creativity and ingenuity to come up with some way through hard work to get out of it. So I've even done like God forming with that, and taken that to work with me, and really brought. And damn if it doesn't produce results. I tell you what, you go into work charged up with Wayland and Smith, you will see a raise coming eventually, or you'll be so damn good you just won't fit in that place anymore, and you'll have to move on somewhere better.
Dude, I've been doing that already, actually, man. I told myself I'm just going to get so good at this job that these motherfuckers are going to come to me and just say, Michael, we want to pay you more. Tell us the magic. Tell us what you do. Train people. That's kind of that same thing, man.
Yeah, it kind of fits with that. All the world is a stage. This is it. We're here doing this performance. You got to think about what is the main event of your life, and really make it magic. And you do that with the kingdom of heaven. It's going to be built with the hands of man. You got to physically do it, make it real. But yeah, man, that's it. It's such a good foundation to start with, to attain the higher thing.
So you don't believe in like any traditional religion, then, from what I'm gathering?
No, definitely not a traditional religion. I mean, I'm certainly not an atheist. I think they're.
How would you explain what you believe?
Well, one thing is, I guess I was talking about like these greater mysteries, like what happened before the Big Bang, what was God thinking before it all started, and all that. I just accept that I don't know that, and I'm not going to know the answer to this. That's just reality. Maybe after I die, I can't say for sure what happens there. I've got some ideas from my experiments with astral projection and things like that. And I guess experiment is a good way to put it. At a fairly young age, I had a lot of paranormal experiences, some really weird dream shit, where I may or may not have been getting abducted. I don't know. Stuff like that. And that's where what really sparked my curiosity, all this, trying to answer what the fuck is going on here. But I've always kind of had a mind to keep one foot grounded in the mundane while I do these things, because I would see so many people that get into this stuff and then really get themselves into a twist and get off and waste a lot of their life on absolute nonsense. So I've tried to keep a scientific mind about all this the whole way through. And I guess, as far as religion goes, I don't see anywhere. Well, let me exclude Abrahamism. I'm not an Abrahamist at all. I don't really have that worldview, but I even have some disagreements with pagans as far as like they tried to take all the same guys from the Marvel comic movies, Thor, Odin, Loki, and all this, and make a pantheon about it and just focus on that, and then apply the same kind of worship within Abrahamism to those deities. But I don't see anywhere in anything where it suggests that these beings want me to spend my time focused on them and treating them as if they're real. And it just seems logical that if they really did want me to spend my time focusing on them as if they're real, that they would make themselves a lot more apparent than they do. And I mean, I can kind of question myself on that, because I did a mantra relating to Wotan for over a month. I did this every day, and I did have the freakiest dream one morning when I saw Odin and some woman coming behind him, coming up to my bed. and he stepped aside, and the woman came forward a little bit, and he leaned over a little bit close to me, and he was like, "She's a giantess, you know," and he started laughing his ass off, and I still don't know what was so funny about that. But anyway, I was dreaming then, but it startled me out of bed to where I was on my feet, and I was walking to the spot that they were like disappearing into, almost just like a void. They just kind of evaporated into. But I could still hear Wotan laughing. But then I was awake, but I was still hearing it. So I can ask, what, was this real? Did this really happen? Or, I mean, is it just an amazing dream? I'm always left with a question on things like that. I can't say 100% I know that was really Wotan in my bedroom standing there laughing. Because I can always think, dreams are weird. I mean, they can bleed over into reality sometimes at that first awakening in the morning. So there are questions like that where it's become a motto of mine that, I will say what I know, and I will not say what I do not know. And so therefore I don't believe things. I can suppose a lot of shit, but I'm not going to believe anything because that means I don't know it. And if I don't know it, I'm not going to know it. I guess that kind of wraps up where I'm coming from on all this, I think.
I guess. I mean, I'm basically just kind of seeing it as you just kind of scientifically trying everything and then kind of keeping anything that sticks.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, a dream to me would be like when I was a kid, I prayed pretty regularly for God to manifest a toy under my pillow. Under a similar time frame, like maybe a few months later, me and my brother go to a card store, and my brother asks for a super ridiculously expensive card for Polyrath. I asked for Charizard. They're both $30 and $35. He said no. We go grab 2 booster packs, which have a gamble of a chance of having those cards, and each of our booster packs had our own cards. So, like, in reflection, I take that as like a wink and a nudge for the ask and you shall receive kind of the nature of what the Bible is preaching to is actually real, and it comes from what we could call God, and I just, in all my searching, I've taken a very kind of generalized perceptive analysis to like the gods and spirits of all of the myths and legends that we have. And one of the things that comes to me is that Odin, in what we call Atum in Egyptian, creation myths, and what we call Adam in Christian, they're all one and the same, basically. But they just kind of come through these particular lensings, maybe due to the culture and the psychology of the people, or whatever else of the time. They kind of get this new interpretive kind of lens put on it, but they fundamentally represent like the same archetypal spiritual kind of forces that kind of govern things.
I'm mostly leaning against that view, but a lot of people that I really respect their works, like Parrot Shoe, that's one of his main theories, is that he actually thinks like Christianity and the Germanic religion have been like the same thing, kind of evolving back and forth, serving different purposes.
They just get reinterpreted a little bit, but I think they have core components which are similar in nature. But I would relate this to any like monotheistic, like highfalutin spiritual hierarchy. I think it's all fundamentally the same. And then other people attribute it to either like the law of attraction, just like a scientific force of nature, which is it. I likely, I wouldn't say likely. I like that kind of thesis as well. Like maybe there's no governing conscious entity force behind it.
Well, yeah, then there's quantum entanglement right along with that to kind of confirm it.
What do you mean?
Well, you know what quantum entanglement is?
Yeah, like if you split a DNA in half and you send one half of it across the room and you spin it around because it's of the same, energetic composition or whatever, they both spin correspondent to each other.
Yeah. One will start to react to the other. And they've actually, by this point, they've got it to where they could send like simple communication using it.
Because it's like anything else that you can manipulate. If you can indicate a presence or an absence, like with Morse code, time intervals and all that shit, you can convey any message. But I don't know. Quantum entanglement. Quantum entanglement. That kind of stuff just makes me think all the way up to the grandest fantasy is true. Like teleportation, flight, interdimensional, timeline travel. All if you just somehow crystallize your energetic field and you can pilot it like it's its own vessel.
Yeah, I guess one thing I like to do is to find things that have some grounding in science, but also confirm like doing these
the electric universe,
energetic and spiritual practices and stuff like that, and then maybe actually have some relevance to like real health.
The electric universe theory is it, man. It has it all. Have you studied that or heard of it? Or
yeah, I've looked at it a little bit.
Have you seen David LaPointe's presentation?
Nah, not enough to where I would know any names involved in it.
I'll send a link in the thing here, but he does a great job showing the macrocosmic correlatives to the electric universe theory, all the way up to the way galaxies form and everything. And if you have nothing other than electricity and magnetism as the building blocks of the universe, anything conceivable within the realm of thought is going to be achievable. Because that's all it is composed of to begin with, then. It's just the same thing our thoughts are. Where'd he go? David LaPointe. That makes...
I guess another thing is, I guess with all these occult practices and these mysteries and things, a lot of this stuff has been lost. So it's a matter of building things back and regaining this as a science.
Yeah, I believe astrology is a remembrance of the high science of this kind of stuff, man.
One of the main practices I do is like in qigong they call it smiling to the organs. And that's where you just like focus in on yourself and like put your mind on your heart and make a conscious connection to your heart. And someone would say even like project a smile at your heart, like just to send good energy to it. And you would move to the spleen, put your mind on the spleen, and what you're doing is you're making a connection to it. So we could take a practice like this, and it is a very good practice. I try and do that every day. Smile to the organ. But it builds a conscious connection to that, and then we can look at something like our, now especially with the heart, because it's been the most study, but there's like amazing stuff coming out about heart intelligence. But even all the organs have intelligence. They have their own intelligent function. And we can look, go all the way down to like on a molecular level and look at biology and see, you can find articles that will say lack of communication on that subcellular level, or miscommunication is the main cause of disease. And of course, at that level, you have like within the cell, it forms things called organelle, which are like the organs of a cell. And they can analyze the communication between the organelle in a cell. And lack of communication or miscommunication within those organelle is another leading cause of disease. And then from cell to cell, the same thing. And then, those cells make up our organs in our body. And miscommunication between our organs and our body is a main cause of disease. And then we can think of ourselves as being in a city, a community, and we are cells in that community. And it's pretty obvious that if you have bad communication in a town of people, it's going to cause dis-ease amongst the town. So we can just see the same pattern and know that it's always communication that causes the disease, or lack of communication that causes the disease. And then that, talk about a practice like building communication with your organ in a certain way, it really validates that. And this is something real. This is something backed up by science. And,
have you ever studied cymatics?
I don't think so.
Cymatics is the science of how frequency affects matter.
Like when you see the patterns in the sand on the surface.
Yeah. There's this really old like 1980s video on YouTube somewhere, and they have this frequency being pulsed into this tank of sand, but within the sand tank, it looks like some kind of an outer space experience. Like granules are just floating through sand channels that are kind of, formulated by the frequency. And and that is the force essentially most associated to magnetism. And where my mind goes is when you dial up the frequency in cymatics, the defined thing in the sun, like if you look at the sand plates, there's almost always an outer ring that individuates it, and then within it there's a structure. And as you turn up the frequency, the structure has increasingly more lines that interconnect or intercede together, and they act as vertices or like node points within the structure that give it a really kind of like how snowflakes kind of appear, like this very beautiful look because of it, or mandalas even.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these are just like really typically what we get are like lower frequency, low resolution imprints of like what a frequency on matter looks like. But like what the human vessel is actually the same principle. But the frequency is emanating from what we call electromagnetic radiation, and it's it's going against a sheet of light. Basically, most of it's coming from our sun, but a lot of it also radiates from every star that we see in the sky, and it converges at the here and now and is orchestrated and like Mickey's wizard Fantasia kind of story, the frequencies of all the radiation in the fucking universe are kind of scooping up the particles of light and making them do this extremely delicate, intricate dance. But that sounds deterministic. I ultimately believe there's a variable of free will. And my personal belief is that we have both freedom of free will and fate. We are like rowboats in an ocean. And what the experience that was initially designed to be kind of going on here is that the part of ourselves that emanate from this black hole are truly most closely tied to the true central core self, you know, the original true self that emanated or was there at the dawn of time, that every decision point kind of stems from. And we're tethered to these highly relativized seats of almost like if you looked at a plant in a field, you would say the plant is inanimate. Like, but what a human vessel is actually has this electromagnetic antenna at the top of its flower or the brain or the coronal stem, and that is able to pick up electromagnetic frequencies and kind of like a wind in sails, be pushed by the whims of consciousness that emanate all of the universe from outside. It's like there's I think countless specks of conscious awareness that compose everything, and they basically compose every speck of spatial awareness and everything. But what humans and what physical beings are this actual place where those bits of awareness can get in and actually have some influence. Now, I just don't know, like, is it the same field reinterpreted an infinite variety of ways? You know, is it the same consciousness navigating all things, but through purviewing through those lenses loses any sense of self-awareness that stems beyond the vessel, just by like the nature of the fact that our brains can't contain that much information, or just doesn't have a place for it, or whatever.
Are you familiar with process philosophy?
No.
Alfred North Whitehead?
No.
Well, some of that's incorporated into Chris Langan work also, but that's the idea, I guess. That's a really interesting guy to look into. I'm not that into philosophy. Sometimes I think it doesn't amount to much at the end of it, but his, I think, has pretty good value.
Do philosophy? It's like lifting weights intellectually.
Yeah, somewhat. Well, I guess it depends on what they're philosophizing about.
Truly. Some
but-
people are throwing 5 pounds around acting like it's 100. They don't know.
Yeah. But I've gotten a lot of good out of Alfred North Whitehead. But process philosophy is just the idea that experience is collective. Like, you can look at not just us, but everything that perceives anything in the universe as sensory organ.
Yeah.
And this kind of goes, if you've ever looked into the double slit experiment.
Yeah, I have, and
it kind of ties right into all of that.
Yeah, because that I looked into that because of the Pokemon card story, and that started to make some sense as to how maybe something supernatural could have happened, or is that just me tapping into a happenstance before I even somehow knew it could happen, and playing up this whole song and dance,
Right. So whatever's causing this wave particle collapse, we can just call it the thing for now. This thing, it observes every experience that's happened, and then collectively, every new experience that happens informs it on how to unfold the next part of reality. and it's just compiling itself, like gaining more experience or more understanding of itself. God understanding itself through collective experience. That's kind of the idea behind that.
Well, I mean, as far as I understand the double slit experiment, they're basically suggesting that it's the point of human observation that collapses the wave.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's true, it doesn't even suggest that we ourselves are physically somehow looking in the right place or the right time. It just suggests that if we have achieved even a technological capacity to observe the phenomenon will then become fixed. And I mean, it's as simple as saying that the universe is governed by electricity and magnetism, because that's basically the sentiment. When observable beings, or beings that can observe things within the realm, achieve a new level of observational ability, the universe has to reach for a higher resolution, or it has to at least make it something that's like an actual eventuality. And so you make a decision. Like how when I went for the Pokemon cards, I fully suspect Schrodinger's cat-like experiment bullshit went on there. I don't think I reached for cards that were already Charizard and Poliwrath, and I was telekinetically guided because they were on the shelf that day, and so was my father. Like, I have a hard time going with that. That seems like too much work. That seems like too jank for a real next level system to be operating, and to have to go through those kinds of hoops and ladders to make just one person's fruition of what seems like a miraculous event coming into light is so unelegant, man. Like, the universe doesn't work that way. I don't think it's just too around the bush. So I'm fully banking on that it is when you open the package of cards, or like that moment that it becomes that something actually does solidify the reality in some way, shape, or form. And you're somehow like a Plinko bouncing down a Plinko board on fucking Price is Right. You're between split decisions that could just bounce you one way or another. And, you end up in great places, but other times you don't. And I think your moral and ethical integrity have a lot to do with it, because a big part of the story that I didn't emphasize is that when my brother and I asked our dad and he shot us down, we weren't toxic little shits. We were like, okay, I highly suspect those cards wouldn't have ended up in our hands if we were sitting there throwing a tantrum.
Right.
Yeah,
I was thinking about something along those lines, because I mean, I've had those synchronicities and just odd coincidences happen to where it's beyond question there is something poking reality from behind the curtain.
One time I had my girlfriend scratch an itch on my knee, like with laser accurate precision, and it was from nothing more than just with a thought wishing that she would, and then releasing it and not expecting it to happen. It was like this. It was a very textbook manifestational Esther Hicks kind of bullshit. She's like, let it go, and you have to be as good with it not manifesting with it as manifesting, so that there's, if it's going to come to fruition, and it's going to actually happen for you, because you're not some fucking toxic shit who's so desperate that you're holding on to the energy of need, which stems from lack, and then that actually closes off the portal through which such manifestations could happen. And lo and behold, I did the thought experiment, man, and like, you can't navigate people to scratch an itch on your back when asking them better than this. It was as if my own arm reached out and scratched my itch for me, but it wasn't. It was my girlfriend's. And
that's a good point about the moral intent having something to do with how it reacts, because I've always considered that there's kind of a weird balancing act you have to do, is that it seems to take fascination to keep it going. You have to be fascinated by it, but
Yeah.
as soon as you're grabbing it, it seems to cut it off. If you really want that next one to come, it's like
you're right.
It's counterintuitive.
You have to allow it to fascinate you all the way up until its fruition. If you early on in the whole "it could happen, is it happening" kind of analysis, if you're sitting there reaching for it like a desperate hobo at a drink with a straw, then like you're probably not going to get it. And that's kind of what happened to me with a lottery one time. I was really trying hard on a lottery manifestation, and it just, of course, that kind of money, that kind of life change, you're gonna feel some kind of way about it, and it's gonna be almost impossible to navigate this kind of like, oh, I care but I don't care, and it'll happen if it happens, fuck it. It's like, if I can manifest this, I've manifested things before. Let's go for fucking jackpot money.
Yeah, right.
That was my thinking. And I had some interesting success stories, and it just made me all way too confident.
It's kind of the same thing with anything supernatural across the board, because I used to get into going and doing these like paranormal walks and stuff like that, and never had anything good with anything official, but like just by ourselves, in a group, managed to have some pretty weird shit happen among a group of people. But something about it that's always the case is it's always around the corner. You never actually get up to the thing clicking on the wall or making the tapping noise. He's always just a few steps away around the corner, no matter how close you try to get. It's like magic just does not want to be seen.
I've been lucky, man. Like, I went to a dart game. I was about to lose, but I said, this shot will get the perfect throw, and I did. But it landed on the wrong place. But the game still, because it was electronic, counted me as the winner.
Oh, wow.
So magic, like, there's a squeak of it if you can get it to go for you. And that's why I thought, like, lottery numbers, that'll do, like, you just get the right numbers on some paper. That's a squeak of energy, But like, every time I've ever seen it, and I've never seen anyone produce more than like what I myself have been able to produce. It's been just some weird little scratch of the knee or silly little dart game flicking over. Or at work one time, I prophesied that the frog clock would come off the wall because today's the day, and lo and behold, it happened. Freaked everybody out. Like, just random little things that you do when you have no, like, a low level of attachment. It's easy to manifest. Or maybe even like employees might play like a trickster hand. I always wondered about that one, but enough other ones have happened where, like, it's undeniable to me that there's supernatural forces that can actually play a hand either with people, purely. Maybe the component that I need to realize is that only people might be influences. Maybe it's just a psychic connection, but how that wouldn't explain the Pokemon cards, man. That wouldn't, because those are inanimate objects, and we were either guided to them or they manifest.
Yeah.
It's neither or, because the statistical chances of us just luckily drawing both of the cards after asking our dads,
right,
after me, like, deeply sincerely praying for an awesome toy underneath my pillow to God at that time, pretty much daily, trying to just verify for myself, is there something out there? God, this is how I'm going to hinge it. I know this is basically a blasphemous sin here, but I've got nothing else. I can't trust these fucking devils. You
It's
know?
like there's some cosmic law that there always has to be some question whether it was real or not at the end.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, looks like Doc bailed out of here.
Yeah, it looks like he was here, but man, I don't know.
I'm probably gonna jump off of here too. It's getting pretty late.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's been good talking to you.
It has, man.
Interesting conversation.
Yeah. It's hard to find people who aren't like overly weird about shit, I guess.
Yeah, it is that. Everybody gets so attached to their own narrative.
Yeah.